Hello, everyone. Greetings and welcome back. Happy Monday, I guess. Hello. What's up, Gorb? What's up, Burnty? What's up, X? What's up, Abrasive? What's up, Shuckles? Hello, Tinted. Hello, Dragon Slayer. Hello, Small Cat. Hello, May. Hi, Gribbin. Gribbin on by. And then gribbed on by till the very next guy. I don't know. Good day. Good day, mate. Hello, Hidoto. Hello, Dreon Walker. Hello, greetings, salutations. How is everyone doing this evening? I hope you're all doing absolutely phenomenal. But doing well. Glad to hear it, Tainted. What's everyone up to? And doing anything fun this evening, everyone? May. Brindy Burns. Gorb. Shuckledy shucks. Ah, shucks. Gorb is sitting there. What you doing, Gorb? How's your day starting off? Shuckles. Been a bit since I've seen you. I hope you're doing well, Shuckles. If you give a mouse a cookie, you're gonna have to gift him a sub. If you gift him a sub, you know, I have no clue where this line of thinking is going. Sitting here, just vibing, chilling out. Big chillin', Garb giving. Thanks for the prime sub, Shuckles. Chillaxin. Anaphylactic shock. What's up, Dreon Walker? What's up, Hidoto? What does Small Cat do? I imagine Tainted's chilling with some friends of differing varieties. Only open Twitch about once a month anyways. Fair enough. Sometimes it's good to get away from the internet. Know you, Mr. Angel. Everything is okay, you think. Well, I hope everything's okay, yeah? I can say know you all I want. That's the magical thing about know you. I can say it all day, any day, to anything. Assuming I want to. This is the way it is. What about you, Dragon Slayer? Gonna be working on your model soon? Lucky I have a nice soothing voice. I don't know what you're talking about. Couldn't be me. I'm just a scuffy vampire. Just a scuffy vampire. It's nothing special here. What you been up to, Mr. Angel? Like Chuckles, I also don't see you very often these days. Got more to do, just taking a break from it now. The Crusade army is battle ready, so that is good enough for now. But could use more detail later. The devil's in the details, Dragon Slayer. The wolves need more work, but want to play more video games. More entertainment on the screen, yes. What video games are you planning on playing, Dragon Slayer? Or already getting yourself into? That is going to be a question I have to answer as to what am I going to do today? What am I gonna do today, guys? What am I going to do with myself? The question I always ask myself when stream is right about to start. Waiting to fly home. Well, I hope your flight home is a nice, smooth one. Best on jet lag and whatnot. Painted. How goes your hanging with friends? To start finishing them, you've got so many standards. You've got so many games installed. And nothing to play. Count them, 34 installed on the computer alone. Truly a mystery angel. I have plenty of games I could play, and I suppose that's part of the problem. Perhaps it is part of the problem that I am using, I have so many games that I could play that I'm not all fully sure what I should play. The only thing you're playing is Aviatic Factor for now, and the game is long already. It is good to have a game you're very invested in. I myself have been invested a lot in Dune, but I think I finally got to that point in Dune where I'm in like I could keep doing things in it, but I'm more or less at the end. There are things I could get at the end game, but I don't particularly feel like getting them right now. I'll eventually get back to it once they add more content, I'm sure. I just don't yet feel like doing it, so had to start uninstalling some. You knew you were going to never play since you were running out of hard drive space. Same. Whenever a new game comes out that's near 100 gigabytes or whatever, I'm like, okay, what am I uninstalling? No, I don't want to uninstall that. Surely I'll go back and play that. No, I don't want to uninstall that. Surely I'll go back and play that one as well. No, I don't want to uninstall that one. Do I uninstall that one? Nah. I'll go back and play that one. Oh, I guess I can uninstall this one. Been hanging with your new friend and having a great time. That's good to hear. I hope you continue to have a great time. Keep it at 5 games, else your brain will wander elsewhere. That's my secret, Captain. My brain's always wandering elsewhere. My brain never stays on task. Thanks for the hydrate, Mystery Angel, and the posture check. Hydration achieved. Hello, Fox and Moon. How fair is your time zone? Insert time zone here. That moment you go, should I install a 150 gigabyte Baldur's Gate 3 game or just watch a YouTube video? The decision is yours. And there. I've watched a lot of YouTube. Well, I don't know. A fair bit of YouTube. I could watch more YouTube, but there's plenty of stuff I just don't feel like watching. I feel like there used to be a time where there's just a bunch of stuff on YouTube I could be content with watching. But now it's like, I'm much more selective with my time on YouTube in terms of trying to find something that I enjoy more. Otherwise, there are I don't know. It's not necessarily boredom. It's just a keen lack of interest, I suppose you could say. Unfocused. Yeah. Hello, Ceruleus. Hello, Zozo Kirilina. What's up? Welcome on in today. It's always a pleasure to see you guys. Zozo Ceruleus. Zozo Ceruleus. Ceruleus Zozo. Mystery Foxen. Latent Burnty. Latent, how are you? And there's Zozo dancing again. Zozo dancing again. Don't worry, guys. I've lost my mind. I lost it a long time ago. EP, but good. Good to hear that you're doing good. This is better than no Eep. No Eep till Brooklyn. Dun, dun. I have no clue where that come to mind. But it's there, and you guys have it now. Do with it what you will. Has anyone here ever actually been to Brooklyn? I feel like that's a fair question. Anyone here been to Brooklyn? I haven't. I haven't seen Bunny Hearted. Well, I mean, Bunny Hearted drops by like every other week in chat at least. But I haven't actually gotten to watch a Bunny Hearted stream in what feels like months. Probably less than that, but it feels like months. Which is kind of wild. Happy Monday to you as well, Monsieur Zalgaritis. It's always good to see you, Zal. I am indeed on opposite times with the end of my stream is how Bunny Hearted wakes up, so you know, it's usually meaning I'm getting ready to wind down. So yeah, meeting up on that time is difficult to say the least. Up bright and early. Well, 11:47 p.m. isn't very bright, but one might consider it early. I did wake up at like almost 7 o'clock today. I did almost wake up at 7 p.m. today. Normally I'm awake around like anywhere between 4 to 5, maybe a little after 5. Usually 6 at the latest, but sometimes on the weekends I might find myself waking up as late as 7, and today was one of those days. Just so that you get on a plane and be there in 10 hours. Oh, you looking for a trip to Brooklyn? You know what, Brooklyn probably stand out to me why is because of I was recently watching Battlefield 6 multiplayer live stream thing, and one of their new big maps that they're talking a lot about is Brooklyn. They're having a Brooklyn map in Battlefield 6. That'll be interesting. I am very curious. I'm very curious to give Battlefield 6 a try. I'm glad to see that they're gonna have a few open beta time things for people to try it out before it launches. Honestly, I was kind of surprised to hear it was coming out October 10th already. Like, I mean, people could have guesstimated that, or people already knew that DICE was working on the next Battlefield like a few years ago already. Still pretty early on in the current newest Battlefield, the 2042 or whatever. currently the newest one. It's already pretty known that like relatively early on they already started working on the next one. Can't wait for the Halo maps to be imported in the new mode. Portal, are you talking about Portal? Yes, Portal should be interesting. There is going to be a lot more to do in Battlefield 6 with the new version of Portal. From what it looks like you can do a lot more with it than you could in the previous iterations of Portal. So I see that being interesting. One of the biggest things I'm curious about is like, are they going to open up to private server hosting at some point? If there's a server browser with private server hosting, I think that'd be pretty good for the health of the game in the long run. But I also understand. Can't wait to play Dust 2 in Battlefield. Yo, quick, GP, buy me an op. How are you doing, GP? But no you. The world is a vampire. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-bum. What you up to, Foxen? What you up to, Latent? Got you? I don't know what you're talking about. What you been up to, GP? Speaking of UGP, actually, was it a Ryu Gui tweet I saw the other day? I saw something related to Ryu Gui the other day. I hope they're doing well. I imagine you keep up with Ryu Gui plenty enough. I think you're a Twitch mod for them, right? Waking up? Well, good morning. I never actually got to interact with them much. That one time they raided me for playing Slay the Spire. You know, we were talking a little bit here and there, but I guess they got busy or whatnot. Never really got to get to know them or anything. He does tweet all sorts of things. Side-eye? What's with the side-eye? Suspicious. You know what they say. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Because it's sussy tweets. Was it a sussy tweet? I don't even remember. What's the tweet? I feel like I would remember if it... Well, to be honest, I can't really... I don't think I ever commit sussy tweets to mind. Like, I can't think of one off the top of my head. Unless maybe I saw one like just before stream, then maybe I could be like, oh yeah, that was probably sussy, but nothing's coming to mind right away. I think we're in some way waiting for the next big thing moment. Yeah. I feel like that's one of the biggest problems these days. Honestly, out of everything that's happening in the gaming space these days, I feel like everyone has constantly, all the time, been waiting for that next big thing that just helps take over their life. And nothing is doing that. Like, I feel like people have been waiting for the next big thing for years now. And there's things that come along that take up some of that time and mental, you know, investment, but not long enough. Not enough to say that it actually took away that, yearning for the next big thing. Like, there's always something that's kind of fun and exciting to do with people, but nothing is like straight sticking and being the expectation. Nothing fulfills that expectation of the next big thing for all of that long, I feel like. You do keep up with Ryu daily. She's been a sort of a hiatus for the past 1.5 years because of how things. Well, if you ever feel like letting her know that I wish her best. Best on her feeling better and that life and health gets better for her. You know, that's one of the things I remember, I think. She tweeted something about her health at one point. See, I do remember something about that. So, you're waiting to see Larian's next big project? Yeah. Honestly, I wouldn't mind seeing whatever Larian's working on. Would not mind seeing whatever Larian's working on, honestly. Larian has some fun, cool things. I'm trying to think of what big things are in my head in terms of what I want to see next. I don't really feel like there's anything too specific right now. One of the things I was kind of waiting on was this Quasimorph update that recently dropped. I have been enjoying some of Larian Souls 3. No, I have been enjoying Quasimorph. I do enjoy partaking in some Quasimorph whenever an update goes live. But there's no solid, noteworthy games that I'm currently waiting for, I think, at this moment. I can think of one game off the top of my head that I am sort of waiting for. And I do believe that's the Star Wars XCOM-like game for next week. Or not next week, imagine. Next year. Slay the Spire 2. I mean, Slay the Spire 2 is kind of something I was sort of keeping an eye on, but not like crazily so. Star Wars. Yes, I am a bit of a Star Wars fan, on top of enjoying 40K. Yeah, I mean, Lego Star Wars. No, I don't know. For whatever reason, I'm not that crazy excited about the Dark Heresy. I mean, I'm sure I'll play it. I'm sure I'll enjoy it. But I'm honestly not like crazy hoping or caring or whatever, I guess. You're waiting for the Google translated Chinese dub of the Star Wars battle. The Google translated Chinese dub of the Star Wars battle. I have no clue. I have nary a clue. Waiting for Helldivers 2 updates because democracy. I became a little disillusioned with Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2 is fun. I had some fun with it. But I don't think it's something I can just easily jump back into. I feel like I've gotten too far out of it. And just every time I jump back into it, I just feel so estranged. So, out of it. Not a part of it. Hello, Kitane. I hope you're doing alright. You've also belonged to the hopeless situation. Presbyterian. You're good, EP vibin'. I hope you enjoy your rest. We're all victims of gaming. Thanks for the hydrate and the posture check. Did you tell us? Your random word is fortification. Hydration achieved. Good night. Well, if you're getting rest, I do hope you rest well. Did you tell us? Perhaps we shall see you later. And do take care of yourself. New Fable reboot. You know what? That is something I was kind of curious about. I actually am kind of wanting to see the Fable reboot. So many people have a what should we call it? A good history or remembrance of Fable as a series. I never actually got to play Fable when it was around, and going back to it feels like kind of a chore. So I am actually kind of curious and do want to see new things. Well, not new things, but like I'm always curious to try a reboot of an old series. I don't necessarily like going out of my way to go play an old series, but I'm down for trying a beloved old series in a remaster or reboot. I know it's kind of weird. I have a weird outlook on it, but hey. Rest well, Cutane. Enjoy your lurks. Lurky, lurky, lurky turkey. Cutane, starring as the Lurky Turkey. Lurky, lurky, lurky turkey. Oh, lurky, lurky, lurky turkey turkey. That you. True, there are no others like you, or there can only be one Cutane. Have you played more Grounded 2, Gorb? How's that been? I know some people may have started playing Titan Quest 2. It's a shame that Titan Quest 2 falls into that ARPG sphere that I just don't care about. I don't know what it is, I just can't do ARPGs anymore. Ever since I got done with the Diablos. I was a hardcore Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction fan growing up. I was playing Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction when I was like 10 on my grandma's computer. Hello, Alala, you adorable being. He's all out dancing all night. They're all out dancing all night. It's a Wawa. True, speaking of adorable. Struth, mate. Struth. Know you, Alala. Know you. A Struth in it. Not Alala be adorable. Whiskers, oh plenty. What you up to, Alala? What you doing? Just got home from work. Well, I hope you get to wind down, relax, and have a pleasant post-work experience. No need to be sorry, it's okay. It happens. I do not blame you. As long as you know you're not always talking in caps like, some people might. Overuse of caps can be annoying. An occasional use or random accidental use of it, not a big deal. Not a big deal at all. Like a certain duckbill though. Yo, that's quack. It was leftovers from the QT. Well, guess what? You're adorable. You are the QT. Just how it is. Just what it is. This is the way. It's truth, mate. It's truth. Truth. Know you. Always and forever. I've bound you to this fate. The fates dictate it so, and thusly, forevermore. Forevermore, forevermore. This I put upon thee, for it is not me. Alala, becoming Alala. Battle for Alala. What would the battle for Alala consist of? Fair question, I think. Higher. Has cast Keyed on Wawa at 9th level spell. He says I'm stopping at 9th level. Yushay. Yeah, that's right. The world-shattering spell over here. It's like the Dragon Curse. The Dragon Curse common spell thing that the elves cast to make dragons fight each other every 100 years or whatever it is. The fall of dragon civilization. The forever cuteness of Alithia. Yeah. Did somebody say elves? I did say elves. It was in a D&D context. I may not be an elf, but I do have pointy ears. I do have some pointy ears. Some people are a fan of pointy ears. Some people like the pointy ears. Are you a fan of the pointy ears, Zozo? Do you believe in pointy ear supremacy? Just watch out. Someone might say Skyrim belongs to the Nords. Doesn't it? I refuse to comment on this situation. Skyrim belongs to the sharpest blade. And if that blade happens to be a curved sword, I mean, who's for that? Skyrim belongs to the dragon. Cthulhu. Hardly know through. I actually kind of want to watch this. I just came across something. Hold on. Uno momento, chat, por favor. What are they cooking? What are they cooking? Going to merge universes and say fairy tale conquers all. Anyways, apparently Dynasty Warriors 25th anniversary. Dynasty Warriors Origins is going to get DLC. Okay. What are they cooking? You guys remember how much Dynasty Warriors Origin I was playing? God, I love Dynasty Warriors. Growing up, I played so much of it with my brother. Ling Tong. Dynasty Warriors is such a cool series. It has such history. It's just a shame that the... God, that was... That last frame kicks back. Major DLC in development. Are you gonna actually say on anything else? Fierce 1 versus 1,000 experience. Dynasty Warriors question mark? Remaster title schedule. Which Dynasty Warriors are they gonna remaster? I knew it eventually. Everything is a remake of something. You know, my only problem with a remake of any Dynasty Warrior game is the fact that Dynasty Warrior games are kind of remakes in the first place. What is Dynasty Warriors 1 if not, or what is Dynasty Warriors 3 if not a remake of Dynasty Warriors 1? What is Dynasty Warriors 6 if not a remake of Dynasty Warriors 3? It's all telling the story of whatchamacallit? Brain. It's all telling the story of the romance of the Three Kingdoms. Originality is a limitation humanity has run off of. Yeah. But that's where we get to AI, right? When AI develops and can prompt at any little given thing, when it just runs over and tramples over every variation of everything possible, humanity can't keep up. How do you create a new story? You don't. You just make it look better, feel better, play better. Praise the machine spirit, I guess. That was honestly a lot less than I was expecting from that little video, though. Further updates regarding upcoming games and anniversary events will gradually be announced on the website in the official X account. A large-scale DLC for Dynasty Warriors Origins. But no, what I was saying is Dynasty Warriors was such an iconic series for me growing up, and it's always been pretty cool. It just had a lot of bad steps in its wake. There was a lot of bad Dynasty Warriors games at the end, but Dynasty Warriors Origins, the most recent game that's going to apparently be getting DLC because of how successful it was great. I need more Dynasty Warriors Origins style games, and I'm looking forward to DLC. Oh wait, Dynasty Warriors Origins is on sale, but it's only 25% off. I remember mentioning though that if you guys ever wanted to try getting into Dynasty Warriors Origins is going to be the one to play. Nothing else will satiate you because going back to any of the older Dynasty Warriors are just gonna feel too janky. But I am tentatively excited for the future of Dynasty Warriors if they do more with the Origins foundation and build upon that. Dynasty Warriors Origin was so good. At 25% off, it's still $52.49 though, US. I also love the music in Dynasty Warriors. Maximum updates with no story increase. We shall see. I'm very curious what this DLC is gonna include. I have no clue. God, such a tease. Dynasty Warriors Origins major DLC under development. Can't even see what the DLC is gonna be about or anything. The button says coming soon. I wanna know. I wanna know. I wanna know. The first Dynasty Warriors. It's interesting because it was Shin Sengoku Mosu, which means Dynasty Warriors 2 was technically the first Dynasty Warriors. And that came out in 2000. Dynasty Warriors 3 came out in 2001. Dynasty Warriors Extreme Legends 3 came out in 2002. Dynasty Warriors 4 came out in 2003. Or Dynasty Warriors 4 Extreme Legends, also 2003. Like Dynasty Warriors was having releases every year. Dynasty Warriors 4 Empires. The first Empires game came out in 2004. I remember playing Dynasty Warriors Empires 4. God. Dynasty Warriors Online 2007. I honestly think a Dynasty Warriors Online wouldn't be a bad thing. They just didn't do it the right way. We're spinning the Hidoto. Hidoto spin cycle. You're on spin cycle, Hidoto. It's interesting because the titles and numbers are so different. In the West, we call it Dynasty Warriors, but I guess in Japan it's Shin Sengoku Musou. So Shin Sengoku Musou is Dynasty Warriors 2. Then Shin Sengoku Musou 2 is Dynasty Warriors 3. Everything's off by a number. No, you, Alana. You can't sneak up on me. Etc. Shingagoku, Sengoku Musou 8 is Dynasty Warriors 9. Which is weird because, like, I guess in Japan they release it as Shin Sengoku Musou 9, but they put a 9 on, or an 8, but they put a 9 on it when releasing in the US, or abroad rather. Kinda wild, I didn't actually know that. This is actually my first time hearing about that. Spin. Hidoto's really in a spinny mood. You thought they said giant seahorse? Giant seahorses in my domain? I'd let seahorse be in my domain, but I don't think seahorse is giant. I don't know why that comes to mind. I'm crazy, I tell you. Well, that's something else I can be tentatively excited for, I guess. Whatever they do with Dynasty Warriors. Alright, it's almost ad break, and I gotta still figure out what I want to do. I'm running out of things to talk about here. I gotta keep your guys' attention somehow, right? Can't even keep my own attention. How can I keep other people's attention when I can't even keep my own attention? I don't know what I want to do. Surprisingly enough, I do want to play more Quasimorph, but I don't necessarily want to play it on stream right now. Could mess around on Dune for a bit. Plante I could still be doing in Dune. Got a base build to finish. Got more minerals to dredge up. Minerals. Any fans of minerals in chat? I feel like Dragon Slayer can appreciate a good mineral. Maybe more King is watching. I don't mind messing around with that more. Miles. Suspicious. Suspicious Dragon Slayer. Suspicious Dragon Slayer. I wonder what Garb's up to. Oh yeah, when's the next update coming, or DLC coming out for Barony? Dragon Slayer always says. Just like Allah. I don't think they came with a date yet. Yeah, they don't have a Steam page store for it yet. So it could still be pretty decent far out for the end of the year. Gasped. Am not. Nuh-uh. GP just eating popcorn in the corner because, you know, GP is never sus at all. Surely GP doesn't want to get involved in the discussion and is just observing other people being called suspicious for once. Is that a likely story? Is that an alibi? 100%. You know, I feel like a game like Slay the Spire 2 would be pretty good to just play right now if it was around. I could go for playing Slay the Spire 2 if it was here. A lullaby. Not smart enough for that. Being smart's overrated. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. Innocent. He'll proven guilty. I don't know. I've seen some of you guys in some other chats. I've seen some of you guys in some other chats. Could do a Void War run. Been enjoying Void War to some extent, but unlocking the new ships is always kind of something that has me like, ugh. Gotta go through the process of winning with this ship just to unlock the other ship that I want to try. Wholesome. Really, very wholesome. Stalking you guys. I don't stalk anyone. I just happen to be in the same places, lurking in various, you know, other people's chats. And other people just happen to be in other people's chats. Things, sus things. It's a true funny thing. That's right, I 100% did Dynasty Warriors Origins. Took a while. 141 hours in a single player game. Guess it might have actually taken some people longer than it took me, though, to be fair. Some things are a challenge. Like that Lubu fight, beating that Lubu fight without any healing and using any other special stuff. And I had to do it, and I did it before I did other hard content, so I was kind of handicapping myself. That was a time. Took me a lot longer to do that than it probably should have. Alright, ad break's about to be here. I'll go ahead and knock that out. We'll come back, we'll play some game and just continue chilling out. We'll see you guys in a moment. Bye. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we return. And have I decided what I'm going to do? Not really. So I'm just gonna do this. The king is watching. The Burnty is watching. The little guy, the little prince, the pocket prince. I hope you guys didn't miss me too much. The king is watching. No, you Dragon Slayer. I've actually completed a fair amount of challenges in this game so far. I did manage to get the no gaze upgrade, no army limit, no spells in one run. Then I guess the only one I need to do is deforestation. And then I've done all the challenges. And now I am going up in threat level. Need to figure out who is the best for me to do this with though. It is interesting. Each of the kings do have their use. Permanent morale might not be bad. Going up in difficulty is a bit of a challenge though. I've liked King Beezus so far. Aggro is pretty useful. The main thing I really like though is if we can somehow get to this Bounties of Prosperity. 100 extra HP, 5% more damage for each fallen friendly unit until the end of a wave. Is pretty solid. Especially if you just have a whole bunch of peasants that you're sending in there getting killed. But King Saladin himself also isn't bad with random blueprints for water. Random units for wheat is not... I mean, these two abilities aren't necessarily amazing. His ability is useful, but not for a whole out peasant use. Getting a bunch of unique different units is actually kind of a bit of a challenge. But that does beg the question actually. Oh, Beezus. I think Saladin has an interesting use case if I could get the unique units, then get rid of them. Because I kind of feel like the grunt thing is working the best. But it's easiest to get the grunts up and running with Beezus so far. But Leo might work. Again, Pierre might work. Mm. Yeah, I'll give Leo the Wise a try here. Hermit's adding to my population. Very good. We're actually gonna start by trying to get a specific relic that will work in my favor. If I don't get one, then a little more rough. These higher tiers require a certain level of investment, I guess you could say. Jameserton, I hope work's going alright. Is that good enough? Not really. There's a very specific one I want early on, but because it's kind of what you need. I could have gone for that one. That one probably would have been fine. You're back home now, having dinner. Ooh, what you had for dinner, if you don't mind me asking. Welcome home now. Nothing amazing there. I mean, out the gate, 10% to return isn't a bad thing. I'll give it a go. And immediately upgrade to refinement. Means I can immediately sacrifice that. Immediately get, I guess, some metal so we can sell it. Okay, that's not bad. Alright, this isn't a bad start. Speed, I am sped. I'm gonna need water and wood, which I will get from here. The only thing I'll need is meat. Macas. Honestly, I could go for some macas. Some McNuggets. I really want to upgrade first before doing this again. Means I need more wood and wheat. Is one unit enough to handle the first wave? Yeah, probably. And the problem is to get more wood. I either need to break this or use a deforestation with my current build. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to get small peasants. I think the best thing to do is just yellow it. Wow, that yellow worked relatively well. Alright, now I just need the wheat. next upgrade. I think we're gonna be trying to be a production fiend with this build. Base / castle home. Yes. The Chateau Fort Deep and Light. Ah, boo. I really wanted the peasant house. But small bones wouldn't be the worst. Yo, Kawaii Nashi Noir. Kawaii Nashi Noir. Rating moi. Such a pleasure to have you rating moi. Hello, Kanashi. I hope you're doing absolutely phenomenal. Always wishing you well. Always cheering you on. And thank you so very much for the raid. How is your stream today? How are you? I hope you're doing well, friend. I miss ya. I know, I am relatively reclusive. D&D schedules are non-existent, but I do miss you. I'm not cute. Kanashi's cute. Kanashi is the real cute one here. Let's be real. Let's be factual. What's up, Zammy? Zammy, the other ninja. Start off easy here to give ourselves some breathing room. 100 gold goes a long way to get rid of this debt. And I will be raising my, oh, that's not great. Problem. It'll be fine, surely. We'll figure this out in a moment. I am going using iron to get the assassin out, though. Did I already use refinement again? No, I don't think I did. Wait, what did I use my weed on? Oh, wait, down close up, whoops. This could be a problem. Well, not could be, is a problem. You know what? This is fine. It's gonna be fine. Figure it out in just a moment. I just need more meat. Dang it. I gotta go for it now. Oh, I still think I'm dead. Unfortunate. I did not get good RNG with those wood. I needed the wood. Kind of one of the things. I just have to go for a god start. $90 resources of each could be useful. That's not useful. That's not useful. No wood. Don't care. I guess I could have tried for the treants. Thousand water is nothing to smirk at, but don't think it's enough to make this worth the while. Twitch is being laggy on your Wi-Fi? Sorry to hear. Doing good. Got an education from Kana on a couple of things. Kana is pretty informative about various subjects. Nashi does provide some good informations in various subjects. No, you Mabel. What's Kanashi up to? What is Kanashi doing? Just chatting today. VR chat etiquette. I'm not well versed in VR chat etiquette. I won't lie. Alright, only 2. That's doable. This is doable. That one unit. We'll be able to kill that. Slowly but surely. That wood is what I definitely needed to start this off with, though. But that's not bad. The game looks interesting. It's pretty chill. God, it took forever for that to kill that. It's not particularly great for my situation, but hey. I'm at 16. 200. It's gonna take too long. I should just sacrifice another one. 50 metal. Sell that. One guard should be able to take out the first goblin bandit. My production is definitely not where I would like it to be, but alright. I didn't get the right building again. Oh boo. Well, that's a quit. I need a specific building for my strategy to work. And if I don't get it, it's no sense in trying. And that's another fail. Granted, you don't need to do this. I'm just kind of a very higher, well, a relatively higher threat level where I do want things to go a little more my way. Nope. Perhaps I'm giving myself a little bit of a hard time trying to do something like this, but does make the game easier, to, so to speak. Okay, so I got the first 200 wheat. Which means we see what happens with the wood. That's good. Alright, there's 2 of them. It's not particularly great, but it is manageable. Get rid of those. Get the metal. No, you're okay. It's not liking me today. Did you make sure to take care of the machine spirit? Yeah, sure. Totally. Alright, now I gotta get more wheat. I can get that 200 wheat for next extra drop. I got the relic to reduce. No, wait, that was last one. Damn. So much wheat required. Gotta do what you gotta do, though. Alright. Let's hope I get the right barracks in this first wave this time. Oh, now it wants flour. Okay. Flour and iron. Interesting. There's some of the flour. There's the rest of the flour. Now I just need iron. But I can't really... Well, actually, I can get that. Sure. Oh, did not get the iron. I can risk one of those. Damn, no iron. Alright, gotta get this out. God, my wall's taken such a heavy hit, but I do have the chance to heal it. Oh my goodness, just give me the building I need. I mean, I could go for a mass swordsman, I could, but... Honestly, I don't particularly like swordsmen. They die too fast. And the percentage doesn't scale that well. Whipmen aren't going to do anything for me here. But this kind of feels like my only potential. Rerolling would be expensive and it's not a guarantee I get what I need. But, yeah, no, I didn't get what I wanted. So you can't make militia because of that stupid generational debt. Slingers are meh in melee. I guess I could make a bone pit, but boo. We'll give it a go still, I guess, though. The old try, as it were. You skelly boys will do alright. I don't like that skeletons are... Well, I don't know. I feel like they're really good for the other map, the graveyard map. But not particularly advertly useful for in this one. I think I'm gonna have to sacrifice this and try for more. There's a middle. Bam. And this extra draft should hopefully give me a pretty nice unit. A mushroom warrior isn't bad, but it's also not amazing. There we go. Okay, now my bone pit actually has a decent bit of value. There is a peasant hut I wanted. But now that I have that, it doesn't feel as useful. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, well, I'll still give it a good old try, I think. Still gonna need wheat. Which I don't have a lot of because I kind of sacrificed a lot of the patterns for. Most certainly going to run out of wheat. Gonna be all on my skeletons and a singular mushroom warrior, I guess. I do need to get this morale up though. No, you, Repeat. How are you doing, Repeat? How you been? $300 iron and 300 flour. It's a lot. He thinks this king might not be the way. It's a pretty hefty investment to get all of this going. It could pay off though. Suppose we shall see. If I can get the extra draft cooldown a bit down more, help go a long way. Yeah, I'm dead here. Don't really have anything to save me. Yep. Womp womp. You have 200 exactly denarii now though, so I could go upgrade one of these. More important, damage or upgrades? I wonder to myself. Usually if you can kill something before it kills you, that's the way to go. But more units have more HP than they have damage. And keeping them alive means you don't have to worry about me making them as much. But they'll stay alive if they can kill things faster. We'll go HP. Sorry, King Leo, I don't think you're it. We'll give Saladin another go with the same strategy. Wow, starting out with that crossbow is okay. See where deforestation takes us. Big wallet isn't bad. Already 100 wood, so we can get rid of that. Alright, we actually got a lot of wood. We're probably gonna be fine for the start here. I just need to get this taken care of and get some wheat growing. And I will have at least some random unit out here. Have all the wood I need for a little bit. Get this bigger well going. Oh god, it summoned a hunter of all things. Just realized that I need to get some farmers out there. It's gonna take that hunter forever to kill that thing. Okay, there's some farmers. Okay, what do we have? I think I can swing a swordsman barracks for now. Get some more unit variety out. We can swing it. Come on, upgrades. Oh, damn. Gamba lost a 50-50. I need iron. Gave me another peasant. Definitely a random unit. Do I want to animal farm this early? I could. Oh wait, no, but I don't have the flour. If I could get the flour, I'd be so down for this. Shame. Go get my little peasants. Slingers, sure. Skeletons, temporarily, sure. We just need to get enough unique units out to upgrade the quantity 1. And we can become more focused after I get all of that done. All in good time. Interesting random unit to get. Actually kind of useful on the other map, but not so much on this one. Makes me think I should be playing this graveyard. There's not really a reason not to, I don't think. The graveyard actually gives you better chances of getting... I don't know if the units are even really that much harder, if at all. Let's wait for them to get to the wall before I summon more dudes. My wall will take a little bit of a beating, but my units will be able to live. Hello, save. Gigantify the Wicked, I see. Also, I totally somehow missed Zami asking what kind of game this is. I don't know how I missed that with how slow chat is. I get a little silly in the brain. I need more wheat. The little roguelike, or roguelite town slash small management slash kind of like, and not really tower defense, but like, you know, you're defending your little castle keep thing. Hello, Zawari. How have you been, adorable one? Hope you're doing well. Zawari is adorable. Gosh, I'm running low on wheat. I have to let them beat up my wall again. Hello, random Grim Reaper thing. Don't mind seeing you. Sometimes you get lucky with those units. Alright, what can we get? Nothing amazing, that's for sure. Ah, I can grab a fisherman's hut, which means I can start getting meat in those higher units out. Sure, that'll do. Need more water and wood though. Got pretty lucky with those wood applications. What's up, green light? Red light. Green light. Red light. White light. Oh, nice. Okay, I just need water. And get this well out. Move those over when that's done. Zoari. Your random word is potassium. Have you been getting your potassium, Zoari? Right now I just need some alcohol to make some musketeers. Ah yes, wine and shooting goes together very well. This is going okay so far. Perfect? No. But okay. But you needed so much water to make the fishing hut. Let's put that there. Oh, Scully-chan. What's up? How you doing? Hanging out, vibing. You taking it easy out there? I need to some of these units away. I need one more unique unit. Fisherman hut gut. Get some more of this water. Alright. Now I get enough meat to summon a strong unit. Oh, shoot. Too late. It's fine. I'll have plenty of space after this. I was playing a little bit of Assassin's Creed. Well, I hope you enjoyed yourself. Assassin's Creed. I must get man. Funny that. Assassin's Temple. I can make that. Move my water temporarily. And I need plenty of it. Wait, I haven't hit 10 unique units yet. It's actually kind of wild to me. Definitely feel like I should be at 20 unique units by now. Assassin souls. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I should definitely have 10 unique units on the field. Unless these other undead count as... Or maybe my temporary units don't count. I don't know. News to me. I could make a giant. It's gonna hurt, but I could. I'll do it. Oh, there you go. Now it worked. Weird. Why now? I guess being on the battlefield is probably a key indicator. I have so much random units now. Yet it's not enough to meet the qualifying needs. quantity too. Ba ba ba. Ba da 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 ba ba ba. Ba ba ba. Ba da ba da ba ba ba. Oh, get some good rest, Scully. Thank you so very much for dropping by. It's always good to see a lovely individual. Ba 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 ba. Ba da ba da ba ba ba. Ba ba ba. Ba ba da ba ba ba. At some point I hear I should really get my money, my income going. Okay, I have enough for a giant. Owie. My poor castle wall. Still, not enough for you. More unique units. I have 5 of you and I feel like possibly little frog. Make sure I have enough meat to summon a random strong unit as that time comes. Let's go ahead and put out this big well. Candid stump. That's how you summon fairies, I see. Dragon's bakery. See how this next wave goes. $1,000 water's not bad, 150 meat's not bad. I really need to make some money though. Okay, let's see, let's go ahead and start making some money off of... I don't necessarily want to get rid of my iron. That's gonna be my best way to get rid of the debt. Random key. Actual marksman. I guess I don't have a unit limit up to 20 yet, so I can't really have a 20 unique units when I don't even have the limit. But we're getting there. I just need money now. And I have tons of water, so I guess I technically don't need to be getting any more water for a little bit. I'm gonna need more meat. Alright. Wait, where's my wells? Am I blind? Oh, yeah. A little blind. A little. God, I could really use one more deforestation to get this unit increase up. Right, I'm out of debt, so that's good. I guess we'll use our basic construction to make a wood or sawmill. Move that for now. What am I eating? I mean, out of everything, I actually just need it to get more wood. Hello, John. How are you? Melissa's fun. I could actually. Yeah, none of this means anything until I can get the max troop upgrade. There you go. Now I can get more units out there. Beautiful. There's a quantity increase, which means now I just have to get 30 of unique units, and then I can start selling off all these random unit types. Saladin has a very interesting start in this regard, but boy, is it also kind of troublesome. Yeah, that's what I can sell. Iron. I need a gold mine. Zal Compiest. Technically, I'm going to need clay, but that's not what I want to try and go for right yet. So let's go ahead and just get some more water while I'm getting that going. Because, I mean, yes, I have 1,800, but that will eventually go away. I will eventually lose that water count as soon as I start going for more meat. Geese. Yunk. Just need the wheat for the geese. Alright, let's go ahead and switch this out for the gold mine now. Alright. Go ahead and put a black sheep away. We don't need multiple of those. Oh god. Can't even see everything now. How am I gonna manage all of that? I don't know. Comfiest James. Got a random fire wizard. 100 of every resource isn't actually that impressive, to be fair. know, what I think I really need is to get more wheat. Go ahead and move that up now that I got that. Start producing more wheat again. Oh my god, I have so few denying. Guess I haven't been... I don't know. Get some wood and clay though. Need that for my upgrades. First day of work went well. I'm glad to hear it, Flex. Keep on keeping on. Alright, God, I need a lot of wood. 1,600. Wait, how did I have so little denarly? Huh. Weird. Well, I guess that's not the big worry right now. I'm watching politely, watching the human that is watching. Hello, Jarrett. How are you? I'm not cute. Chat's cute. I am the exception. You are the only exception. Da, 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 da. Nelly Jarrett's in chat. Go, hey, oh, let's go. Bow, 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 bow. Academy of Nature is a good one. We do like healers. Good. In theory, use more wheat fields eventually. Also, I'm gonna need an iron mine eventually too, I think. Oh, the wheat field. What you doing, Jarrett? How are you doing today? And I ask how the Jarrett do, how the Jarrett do. Ask how the Jarrett do, how the Jarrett do. Artifact. Please be something nice. Boo. Technically sick. Sorry to hear, Jared. I hope you'll feel better soon. Chicken Rider. Elite one. That's on. Alright, I have 3 assassins. What? I can't scroll up to see the assassins. I can't put them away. Ripperoo. I wish you could do it from their building. That might solve that issue, but I don't think they'll be able to do that. And I don't know if I'll actually be able to get to the 30 unique units, to be honest. least in a timely manner. Also, ad breaks going. Sorry, guys. I'm just gonna keep on rolling. God, I have so many different building types. Actually, kind of wild. I'm out of gold. Gold mine, that is. Actually, I have gold to get into the gold mine in time. Hey, there's a gold mine. I'll recycle that one. Like an iron mine. I really gotta get over this 30 unit limit. You know, if I can get the legendary item to, or the item to increase my cap. Actually, that's what I need. I need the item, the artifact that increases my cap. My unit cap. We're in a somewhat precarious position, I feel like. My units aren't doing bad though. I like the idea of the mixed production buildings, but the amount of time versus what you actually get out of them doesn't necessarily feel all that worth. I mean, I know technically because your gauge size is only so big that technically it's a boon, but the fact that I think what would really kick them into high gear is if the perks from both affected each of them. The building perks or whatever. Otherwise, I don't think I'd ever really bother using them. No, you Eagle Rider. How are you doing, Eagle Ride? Eagle Ride, Eagle Glide, dropping in the 555. Eventually we'll need one of those, but you can always get it later, honestly. You okay? Well, I hope you'll be better than okay soon. Hope you'll be grand. But I did get a gold mine. That's still so much more to get. I just realized how much meat I actually need to maintain everything. Alright, what do we got? I guess castle healing is fine. Healing of my other troops is also technically fine. Get more wood. Save my Denali for the next wave. Cycle. But I still need 400 more wood. That's not even gonna guarantee me what I need. It's alright. I'll get it. The production rate seems to be pretty okay. My waves have not been faltering. I replace my dudes as somewhat quickly as I lose them. Longbowman. Longbowman. I really want the upgrades, but I don't really want the upgrades yet. Simple enough wave. Still have the iron mine, right? Yeah, no, the iron mine's still going. Cycle. Get as much Denali for the next trader as I can. Hopefully get some good artifacts. Enjoy your leg. Thanks for licking. Turkey turkey. The size of a wave. No game area in Discord server. I was going to put raft game build up in it. Could technically put in art though. I mean, screenshots people usually just post in media, I think. If that's what you're referring to? Violet! Violet, you're turning violet! Becoming Violet. A Lifetime movie. It's adorable. I'm Violet in my chat. It's crazy. How are you doing, Violet? Explosive Cart Factory. Worm riders. Worms that do some riding. Worm Rider's trait doesn't feel the most successful, purely because I feel like they die before anything else, so they lose the champion's just gonna lose the 5%. Whatever. The wood. The gains for wood are so slow. All these random building types I have. I can finally upgrade. Where are we going with everything now? You know, the spell deforestation would actually be pretty useful. Feeling less sick, that's good to hear. You continue to feel less and less icky. Icky Vicky. Ew, ew. Guess I'll eventually run out of the iron mine. Do you need more gold, though? What? Will I ever get this increased limit? Will I ever get that quantity 3? Time will tell. As long as I'm winning, though, I guess it doesn't really matter. All I really need is the quantity, too. This doesn't give me any more unit limit, so... Musketeers have a 10% chance of dealing 500% damage. Actually kind of wild. I do eventually want musketeers. If I can get this quantity 3, sell stuff and move and shift to other unit types. Well, no extra gold mine. Guess it's a good thing I have another iron mine. Just keep selling iron. Eventually gonna need the advanced production to turn the iron into iron ore into iron bars though. No good relics. So sad. And no extra wood. Boo. What pitiful stores I've been getting. Still so much gold for broader gaze. I'd start turning wheat into flour. I could sell the wheat, but you know what, I think let's go for an advanced production and try and get a smelter going. Gosh, dang it. No smelter, bruh. Dragon Slayer. I'm surprised how well this random army is doing, to be honest. There's a forge, gosh. Too many meals. I'm actually gonna have to make some units. Might actually have to make some units here. It's been a while. It's been a while since I last saw you. Da, 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 da. Been a while. Black unicorn. Nomming the boy that Dragon Slayer made for dinner. I ran out of meat. Unit limit by 6. Huge. I need to start making a wine factory soon. I would say building upgrade, but the random buildings I could get at this point are things I probably don't care about. What in? Smash that. That there. Take that. That there. Launch the fireworks. Oh, that's right. Stupid dragon hold. Oh, you know what? I should probably go over here and clear this out to put the temple down. Just to have it there. Make sure I'm not having duplicates of units out right now. Oh. You're randomly moving. Okay, oh, is that one of the new boss effects? He's randomly moving my production around. It's diabolical. Get a goose out. A gnome out. I already have a gnome out. The more you know. The more you know. Wait. What was I needing now? I need more gold mines. Gooses. Put one goose away. Yeesh, this is such a mess. Actually, this might actually be a problem. Go ahead and send out all these random units that I had stored up. Come out of this, but not as clean as I would have liked otherwise. So base building oriented in art music area though. Been having fun with raft, so are you? Right, let's get rid of the sawmill. And I need to put up the winery. Hon Baguette. Getting all these different unit types is actually kind of a challenge. 30 random different unit types. That's... Worm. That's how that works. Oh boy. 'Cause Well, getting 30. Gosh, dang. Doesn't help that I can't see all the units I have tucked away in these buildings. Hello, Ashy Banana. How are you? Definitely help with that. Flower Dragon. Come on, random units. Get me to capacity 30 so I can start deleting and yeeting all this old stuff. Guess not. Getting close though, hopefully. God, this randomly moving my thing around. Be an easy enough wave. I feel like I normally have a lot more Denari by now. Maybe do some difference. Oh yeah, never mind. I'm not doing it a certain way. Oh god, I'm running out of wheat. My wheat. God, I still haven't hit the 30 random units. These rolls have me rolling. Come on, game. Give me something I don't have already. Could be done with this challenge. I'm never trying this again. I'm going to, in the future, I'm going to maintain picking up whatever specific random Thanks for the hydrate, sorry. Hot dogs, cheese, and onion. Ew, give me some. Hydration achieved. Oh no, 2 random troops dead. Whatever shall I do? just need the wheat now to get the broader gaze. Not even the broadest gaze. I feel like I should give up on this quantity 3. I don't know if it's gonna happen. Come on, random 30 units. Ah yes, a bomb card. That is definitely random. Alright, I guess summon forth whatever I have. God, this is too much of random unit junk. But I really wanted that 30 quantity thing. I don't think I'm gonna win if I keep trying to go for that though. Might be time to yeet and delete in buildings. I've got the most I can possibly bother to get at this point, I think. Not enough room for everything. I don't have enough wood. Never will for this next max upgrade. Might as well start pumping out some oil. Flower dragons. actually lose here, actually. Can't make units fast enough to deal with these random stuff. Yep, that's GG. Got pretty far, but I should have switched as soon as I got done with the Quantity 2 quest. The Quantity 3 is just way too much to go for. Asking a lot. What you up to, Ashu? Ashu Panera. I mean, I got to challenge 7 at least. Could most definitely push for more another time. Got this game as well. Nice. Part of the problem is that I do gate myself with the wood, but I do get a whole bunch of other stuff for not having wood at the start. I guess Gustav's production bonus 5% does kind of matter. It's getting to this Quantity 2. Once you get to Quantity 2, I need to ignore Quantity 3. I was still trying to cater to getting random units. Well, I hope you have a pleasant time when you get to it. At the gates. I just need wood. Oh, that's a lot of guys. Are you kidding me? My first unit is a whipman. Jover. Outfit for Ashu. Nana. Bleh. I don't know if I actually even kill these things in time. They're pretty tanky for these early little units. Okay, well they just linger. Oh, the Treants decided to attack us. Okay. Interesting. Alright, well... Not an abhorrent start. Okay, no barracks at all on these waves. But advanced production? This is kind of wild. The wild first wave. Need to try and get a fisherman's hut as soon as I can. But clear more of this random junk should help me. It'll get me a few more swordsmen when I inevitably lose the current. Ooh, demon. It's actually great. Okay, so I'm not gonna worry about making another more swordsman at this exact moment. Go ahead and just get a bunch of water. Oh, I get the water already. Advanced production. Funny enough, I actually do need an advanced production. So I guess maybe I should have added those other waves, but I didn't want to overcomplicate the difficulty. My wall is already pretty busted. I'll see how this first advanced production goes. The hunter, cool. Alright, so we go for quantity 2, and that's it. After that, we figure out what we have the most of, the best of, and pivot to that. I run out of wheat. I have to hope that I get the fisherman hat. Let's go. Alright, so I'm not going to delete that. I'm just going to move it, and then we're going to get some more wheat while we farm water here. Because we need a fair bit of water to get the fisherman hut. We have the wood at least. But even once we have the fisherman hut, we'll need water to get the meat. Get into the real meat and potatoes here. As much as I would like to farm 3 water right now, the most important thing is getting wheat to maintain my current farming. A little bit of flour doesn't hurt. We'll cycle that one. What do we got? You know what? I'll take the legendary tile. We'll eventually get that with my new plan instead of trying to push for 30. Pushing for 30 was so silly. Go ahead and get some more units out real quick. That one demon is honestly helping tons. $75 Denali for this upcoming trader is... I'd like to sell one more thing. I don't really... You know what? I'm not going to be trying to go for the magic school anytime soon, and I can always get another one. So I'll have 90 Denali. 90 resources, 3 choices each. Or I can get the 50% chance of 2 meat each, which will help me a lot early on. But with this, I could... I don't know. I have to go Fisherman's Hut here. And I'll pick up extra wheat and iron. That way, once this is done, I won't have to worry about wheat. I can get... start selling iron, actually. I mean, I know I'll need the iron, but I think it's slightly more pressing to get gold. Increase my gaze size so I can work on more things at once here. I can build the Fisherman's Hut, but that doesn't mean I should yet. I think I should get the Graze upgrade. Work on the wheat at the same time. I'll sell all of my iron, and once I finish selling my iron, don't. Gold mine. We just need enough gold for the gold mine now. Not like I want the black sheep, honestly. I will cycle it this time. Big well. That'll do, I guess. Yeah, I'll take 100 because that'll let me make the black sheep thing if I get it again. Go ahead and get some more wood real quick. My army's in a decent state. You know, I didn't actually get any fairy pouches last time. I think I have to take the black sheep here. Okay. Move you back out of here. And get the gold mine going. Sell that. Or demolish it temporarily. Put that water down. Demolish that. Start getting some meat. Put these here temporarily while I'm making some more, or a swordsman. We're gaming. We're having a better, smoother-ish start than we did the last run of things, honestly. Here's the first quantity upgrade, very cool. Which means I can increase the limit further, which means I'm 1 shy of getting to the 20 cap. I think I need to go for broader gaze first here though. We'll farm up enough meat until this wheat is gone, and then I'll produce some other stuff. Banish isn't bad here. Slingers aren't bad. I need those random units still. I technically don't need the peasant hut. Technically don't want the madhouse. But random units are random units that I gotta get one of each of. Why does Slinger take so long compared to the other two? I guess it's because it's a melee unit. Not a wizard. Fireball and wizard. Goose. Duck, duck. Goose. Goose. You could go for a Hydra nest. Stables. I've never actually made a stables yet. That's grapes. I don't often get grapes. And grapes? No, I do not have grapes. I mean, I do, but I don't have them in a big enough production queue that I'm confident in trying to maintain them. Right. Go ahead and get that wood going. Get you back here to try and get more gold. I have enough meat for now. Okay, everything's going decent. What? Brenty, thank you for the hydrate, little guy. What have you been up to, Brenty? Mission achieved. What's the little guy doing? Assassin Temple is something I do need. Yes, I did just check my posturing. The possession, you can tell when I check my posture, can't you? Red Dead, well, I hope you're having a pleasant time with that. Once we're done cutting this entire sawwood nail down, I have enough wood for the upgrade. I could go for... Oh my god, that's a lot of trees. That was unlucky. Guess my luck had to give with those eventually. It doesn't really matter to put more random units down until I actually have the capacity to have them all. Do you want to try flower dragons? They seemed kind of squishy my last go around though. Iron. Might as well get more water. Ooh, rerolls. Yes. I don't care about anything else. The free first reroll helps me get what I need from every choice. There's the unit increase. Means I can worry about making some more of these random units. Because I can potentially get that random 20. As soon as I hit that 20, I can start focusing on specific units. I don't want to spend 100 wood on the hunters. Go ahead and recycle. Fine. I guess a wheat field will work. Oh, now I need clay and wheat. I guess I know what I'm going for on my next production research table thing. None of those are clay. I'll get there. Which clay do I need? 125. I don't want to spend wood right now. But a bony boy will help me get that amount. Oh, there's a clay. I don't need a clay pit. Okay. Getting closer to the flower amount to get the hatchery, but I don't really have the production to keep the flowering going once I do get to that point. Also, ad breaks here, guys. I will take this time. I skipped the last two. Or no, I skipped the last one. So I'll be right back, guys. Bye. There is a pilot. I mean, I don't know if pilot's active right now, but yes. Hello, Kaz. What's up? Thanks for the welcome back, Burnty boy. Burnty Kiss. Burnty Kiss Rex. Burnty Manjaro. Principality of Burnty. Actually, don't need that much clay. Might just be able to hold off until I get clay passively from whatever random thing. Actually, no, I get clay from this. Let me switch to freaking that, and then I'll house the clay. Saladin. Sorry, metal. Do you need wine? Longbows. I haven't actually tried longbows yet. I think longbows could be pretty effective. I just... They're expensive to get. They cost gold and a large amount of wheat. But 25 damage, increase it by 100% is 50 damage each with 3% attack speed. For each range unit, capacity to set enemies on fire, 20 damage over time. Could be good for killing bosses. I'll give him a shot if I can get to that point. Thanks for the welcome back. The main thing is I don't have a means to forge iron right yet. Once I'm done cutting down this tree lot, I'll be much more in a position to attempt such a thing. Skeleton, skeleton, come on out, skeleton. Put a sheep away, put a madman away. Break this open. We should probably put the tile enchanter on top of it. Clay iron. Iron. Another fisher. Vineyard. Permanent morale for each sheep sacrificed. Eh. I want to hit that 20. Start getting rid of the weaker unit. But then again, to be fair, it's not like I have good units to replace them with yet. My production queue isn't that good. Not gonna have enough gold to make another gold mine. Means I need to put you out there for a moment. Big well, sure. Didn't really want to sell more iron, but $75 out of 75. Weird. I mean, like some point decimal. Oh, that's right. The upgraded for whatever reason is a decimal. And despite everything else in this game not necessarily being decimal tied. Strange. Take the wood. That. I guess I could use the wheat and iron. Hmm. I'm eventually gonna need an advanced production here. But I should probably get one more gold mine to keep up my... Oh, you know what? I do need a clay pit at some point here. You know, I could probably do a blacksmith's farm. Oops, poison enemies with attacks if there are at least 5 fairies in the field. Troops, but they aren't ranged troops. The D20 damage can go up to 40. I've never actually gotten an option for centaurs. What is it? Huh. Spell damage buff. Yeah, no, I don't need that. Biggest problem with this is the blacksmith's farm takes wood too, it seems. Give it a go. I'm gonna need iron. I can start smelting. Ah, there we go. Quantity 2. Alright, now I don't have to worry about it. I just have to specifically go for units I need. We'll get one more gold mine, now we'll switch this to advanced production and try and get a smithery. Smithery for Dragon Players, Forges of War. Means I can demolish you, delete that. Demolish you, delete that. I don't want to get too overjoyous with it though, because I'm not going to have anything protecting me if my entire army falls over and dies here. Goodbye, Wormbreaker. I think my army is doing good damage. But we're probably fine here, honestly. What about that? All abilities by 25% could be pretty useful, but so has 75 health and every single unit. Judah's bears are really good though, and they're relatively cheap. Geese riders. I kinda wanna try the goose hydras at some point. Geese riders and druids as a bear put together would actually be pretty solid. But if anything, I think I have to start with druids of the bear because they're cheap and I can always keep them up. I'm going to need an iron field and a wheat field at some point here. Let's start with a wheat field though. Ranged. Oh, it's going where? Bam, bam, bam. That all seems fine. Okay. Oh, I got a Druid of the Bear just there. Suppose I should get some more meat while I build these up. Fill up my army while I have the chance. Okay. More gold. We do eventually want to put to the broader gaze so I can get even more stuff going at once. It's nice not having to worry about Bunch of random units, actually. I wonder if centaurs have something to do with stables. Maybe there's some interesting interaction you unlock. Honestly, griffins didn't seem like a bad thing. It feels like you could actually have an army of griffins, but I don't know. I don't know if I want to try that right now. At some point I should. Getting to the point that you can have griffins in general, though, is a bit of a hassle in of itself. I guess I'll just recycle, because I don't want any of that. I do need a mill, but I want the iron. Well, no. If I get the mill, I can start working on dragons. No sense in re-rolling and not getting anything I need. Guess we'll wait till the sawmill has finished its production up. Hello, Theo. What are you? I'm gonna need a lot of power protection, so let's put that up there. Ooh, bottomless jug is convenient, but dead rat would save me some trouble as well. Bottomless jug leaves me to... Actually, it's 5 meat, or it's a single piece of meat per 5 water. Sometimes it's 3 though. I think I'll have to go for the water. I eventually will need a fuel pump, but I really want the iron forgery thingy. Fuel production, gotta get there. 2 dragons per hatchery. Maybe I want 2 dragon hatcheries. I also kind of want to try the black unicorn and unicorn out. But I don't have the production for both things, so let's start with double dragon hatcheries when I can get to that point anyways. We're definitely not there yet. How are you doing, Theo? What you up to? What you been doing? This wheat field is done, we can start working on another gold mine, I think. Wait, are we doing the swamp thing? No, survive thing. Hello, kitty Kiki. What's up? How you doing? Ooh, means the production isn't bad for me. It's actually kind of convenient. There's a forge. I just need the money. Go back to basic production to get more iron mines. Or not iron mines, gold mine. Well, no, I could just sell steel at this point. Let's get that gold. Oh, no, I gotta upgrade our gaze. Don't need all of this clay, but I'm going to need at least the 250 out of it. Woke up. I'm sorry to hear you're feeling that ditch. May you wake up and feel smoother sooner. Probably get a field now. What a GMO the swordsman building. And those dudes. All the reserves out. They'll die off eventually, but start getting some unicorns out. Pancakes for days. I'm doing alright. Thanks for asking, kitty cakey. Badger, 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 badger. I do really like the druids of the badger, honestly, but I don't have a constant source of wood is a problem with them. The owls I could care less about, but I guess the flower dragons are flying. I don't care about the flower dragons damage down. Let's go ahead and recycle. Do you want the goose riders? But I only gotta upgrade this gaze. As soon as I get enough clay, I'm moving that clay pit over. Thanks for the wellness, Kev. Kev, oh wellness. Princess. Kev. Hydration achieved. Princess Kev's courier service. I have the gold now, I just need the clay. Getting so close to being able to make other things. But I'm taking it kinda slow. Yeah, let's start getting some of these. I can get the upgrades we eventually really want slash need it. I don't mind the morale that the sheep are giving us, but I think it's time to get rid of them. Got other things to make and do. You need another crystal mine eventually. Oh, I do have an actual crystal mine. Get some actual units on the field. Goose. Unicorns. Geese and unicorn. We're doing it live. A unicorn for Kev. Capricorn. Getting so close to that gaze. Should keep working the production on the clay pit purely for the chance of healing the castle, I guess. Not that it matters. At this point in the game, if you get to a certain point where oh, I see Fire Kitty. What's up? Artifact. Honk. Geese. Geese. Violet. Violet the Geese Rider. Have you been riding geese, Violet? Have you been riding gooses? Renegades! Where my production lots are a little awkward. But I can start working on this. That. Do I have enough gold if I make that for it? I know. I need... Well, either way, I think I can start that crystal mine up fine. The gold mine. Once we exhaust this gold mine and this crystal mine, I'll be able to move on to other things. I am gonna need more clay for this next water base. I guess it works out that I have this clay pit going. Yunk. % all around. Probably better than 2 random seals, honestly. Oh. I can actually make a dragon hatchery now if I wanted to. There's a Hydra pond. Black unicorn field. I'm gonna need a lot of gold to get to the next phase. I have enough gold that I can make the smelter start smelting iron. And this... Wait, I should have did the mill. Probably should have done the mill, whatever. I think I'll eventually want the wine. Maybe nature for healers. Okay, maybe it's good I did the iron. Getting healers out there is good. You know, I'll get enough iron to get the Academy of Nature going. But I really need to get to the next unit limit. What in that? Place the sawmill down. that there, we'll get the mill going. I wouldn't mind starting to collect fairy fountains. Random production on the side. Quite a divestment for my current stuff though. Another field. Gold. The need for gold does not stop. There's a flower dragons. Start making those. That did set me back somewhat though. Wood, I'll take that. Wine on enemy kill, yes. Rare fireworks. Sure wheat. Sure grapes. Need any of those? Oh god, we're already on Volcar. Showing chat. Oh, it looks fun. Are you talking about that game where you make a hole in the backyard? Or is it some other thing? Tarkov-esque single player game. Yeah. Doe Dragon. Wake up, Doe Dragon. Doe Viking. Wizard get. Oh wow, those flower dragons fell over. Get away from my healers. Pinky Dragon. This is quite a predicament. My unit rollout speed is nothing to write home about for sure here. I can only imagine what would happen if I didn't have the 20% speed increase that comes with the advisor I picked. Alright, it's about to lift up. Alright, once more into the fray, my sweet, beautiful dragon unicorns and wizards. And geese. Most importantly, surely, the geese. Alright, having 2 druids of the bear is going to help out a bit here. Oh, I ran out of crystals for that production. I'm running low on flour. Dough. Got all that flour I made. At least the druids of the iron or the bear are you can make them real fast. Only they would live long enough to get into the bear right now. And I'll win this, but almost feels Pyrrhic. I'll win this fight in particular. I don't know if I'll win the match. Oh my gosh, I ran out of wheat. I ran out of wheat. Oh boy. That's gonna set me back a bit. Well, 400 gold could help me out, and losing 2 troops at this point isn't going to really do anything bad for me. I gotta make them all again anyways. Oh god. Semi-disaster. I'm gonna have my gold that I need now, I'm just not gonna have the units I need. And I'm not gonna have the wheat. Goldsmith farm. The goldsmith farm takes way too long. Wheat build. Give me that wheat. My gate is getting so close to being upgraded again. Clay's finally out. Oh, I got a legendary tile. Wait a second. I'll be more productive working it this way. tornado to not go towards the units I needed to go to. Oh, there we go. Come on, go. No, it's not grabbing the units. Oh gosh. There's a problem. Okay. I should have tornadoed right off the bat. I thought I would have had it. But I'm on the back, but I have to remember I'm on the back here. Screwed up. Well, another Judah bear, honestly, doesn't hurt. I think unicorns are kind of a meh thing for me here. Alright, we're getting closer to... We're set up again. You stop. The geese riders die so fast. Those flower dragons, honestly. What's the point of getting all that wheat I just got? I just lost it all. Oh my gosh. Carried by the druids of the bear. Maybe I should just keep getting druids of the bear. I ran out of iron. Oh, that's not great. I think I actually lose here. I lost too much momentum. Damn. Damn. Oh wow. You win some, you lose some. It's higher difficulty waves. I spread too far the things I was trying to make. The flower dragons are worthless. The only way I see the flower dragons being worth it is maybe those the baked flower dragons are probably a lot better if I had to guess. But that requires more production and stuff. I don't know, I feel like a druid army is just really solid. I feel like you could get a druid army going. I think that's enough for that for now. Did I usurp the king? I mean, I made some progress today. I got some more challenges done. Kick some butt, you know. It was pretty solid. Alright. What am I gonna do now, guys? What am I gonna do now? I mean, ad break is getting closer. Still 15 minutes out. I guess that means I can take the time to set up the game. Whatever game I am about to play. I don't know if I want to do Void War right now. I honestly almost feel like just chilling and doing things in Dune. You know, we'll do a run of Void War and see how I feel about it. Sometimes you just need to get yourself playing something and doing something. Alright, game cap. How are you doing, Skaven Dan? Alright, let's see. Who do I want to play with today? I think I'll go with Subrefused. I'll call him Save Style. Now what ship do I want to go with? I didn't actually, the last thing I did was unlock the Trilobite. Let's try the Trilobite. The Tech Priest ship, I guess. Security and Stabilizer. Resting Heals for 2% extra. Displacement Field Emitter. Teleports all crew in target room to opposing ship. Penetrator. Shield pierces 1. Small chance of fire, small chance of hull breach, inflicts minor crew damage. Not, I mean, it's a solid early game gun. I'm sure it's welcome what wears out really fast. Alright, let's give it a go. I hope it goes alright. I'm doing alright. What do I have? Technovirus. Prevents target system from being repaired for 20 seconds. That's actually pretty solid. That's right, Hex Priest. I do have 2 combat husks. Or no, yeah, 2 combat husks. Oh, interesting. It wants me to teleport things onto my ship. That's what's going on here. If the Tech Priest can drive. That's an interesting concept. Take the time to teleport people onto your ship. It doesn't say shield piercing, though, which has me wondering. I think the first thing I gotta do is upgrade my doors, honestly. I'm gonna be teleporting people onto my ship. Death Vault. And their crew's gone. Simple enough. Merchant too early. Don't really have any scrap yet. Stop these things. You know, intruders being detected is actually fine. Does not in fact go through the shields. Oh! That's right, I have that thing in the back of my ship. Whoops. Awkward. Oh, just a stare off while we... Oh, they have a husk bay. Hmm. I need to get rid of their shields. So I can use this displacer. Get on my ship. Of course it teleported them into my weapons room. This is a funky ship. A funky ship indeed. Ooh, Machine Priest. You arrive in orbit around a barren desert moon. A preliminary scan of the moon's surface reveals a series of geometric tunnel structures clustered around the South Pole, likely the remnants of some long-lost civilization. Tunnels are a labyrinth. It is owing to a calculative capabilities of your Machine Priest crew member that you're able to quickly navigate through the tunnel complexes. At the center of one of the structures is a cryopod. You wake the cryopod's occupant. With nowhere else to go, they join your crew. Multi-blood mage. Get Blood Spear. Let's sit on the doors. I feel like early crew for this ship is probably going to be the way to go. Pressure state. Look at save file go. It's kicking some booty. Wait, everyone take this party to my ship. Alright, victory. Save teleporting over there alone is causing some issues though. Immune to suffocation, sure. No more suffocating for save file. Raid. We got Blood Curse, Soul Spear, Blood Spear, Blood Witch, Necromancer, Necromancers. I guess 2 Necromancers would help me invade the other ship faster. 2 crew members means 2 spots. I have someone sitting around ready to help. Okay. I think I need to upgrade my weapons bay once, just so it doesn't go offline. Put you on there. This weapon that teleports them to my ship is very funky though. So it could still use some healing, so let's go ahead and go to the shipyard first. Get into their husk. We can put the combat husk somewhere else. Where's scrap? Death Cult Vessel. Oh, we gotta take out their shields first, purely so I can, teleport them to my ship. Oh, well, it's already dead. Narrow Lich. I don't actually know how good Narrow Liches are. Haven't tried them yet. No scrap that time though. Right. Actually it's just about outbreak time. Before we get into this next one, I will be right back, guys. Bye. Alright, we're back. Let's go. Investigate. Object to discover is a starship of a blood coil. It's burning. There may be survivors. Go, crew member. Nice. No loss. Another elder blood mage. Everything's coming up okay. The Goobler. Welcome back, Corby. What you up to? But I really wish you could organize these dudes. Oh, treasure. Kills grant 2 DPS for the same duration of the fight, sure. Garby, let the roll set through. Oh! Well, the ship was that close to death. I need to start paying attention to that. Hello, sad crow. It's just a sad crow singing sad, sad song. Sad crow singing a sad, sad song. Missile bays and missile templates. You will eventually need missiles, I am sure. Nobody know repairing your shields. And I'm not boarding that. Just one shot away from death. Oh, the fire killed it. Okay then. Save money for this upcoming missile bay. Not even needing to board. Other ships are just too messed up. That was so evil, they couldn't repair that. What you doing, Gorb? What you doing, Sad Crow? Alright, let's get a missile bay. Stock up on missiles. Be alive. Being alive can be a good thing, yeah. Well, save doesn't suffocate anymore, so but take care of that dude. Let it not fire at us. No repairing the weapons for you. Alright, simple enough. Got him. Took a day off from work, so chillin'. I hope you enjoy your big chillin'. Shattered Regents. I'll keep the game difficulty where it is for now, until I've beaten the game with all the ships, I guess. You know, I'm glad you're alive, Barbie. Keep it that way. Thanks. Alright, shields are upgraded. I just need to get more power for them. I haven't been getting all that much scrap, honestly. I want an engineer sector. Listening station, banditry, ordnance expert, burial aegis. Okay. Reduces enemy DPS by 1 and increases 10 HP. Sure, not bad. Fusion charge. You know, that could be huge for the start of a fight. Teleport in to save, fusion charge, destroy whatever system. I think I will save that strategy for the last fight, which is probably the best. Well, no, because that'll only happen once, and the last fight's so long and drawn out. Might as well do that to make my life easier now. I have no scrap. I won't be able to buy any of those missiles anyways. So let's keep going. For the shrine. Scrap metal. I guess I'll at least have the power to power up my shields now. Blorb. Blorb your Garby. Toss a blorb to your Garby. Blurp blurp a plenty. Blurp blurp a plenty. Oh hello. They have enough problems to worry about. Ship is good as dead. Stole him. Stole him. He's on my ship now. Well, he's dead now, but that's neither here nor there. Barbie Spin. You might be addicted to songs from that K-pop Demon Hunter movie. I still haven't seen it. Maybe I'll get around to it eventually. Another husk. Lord Hector. Prepare to get hecked upon. You're repairing your shields. He thinks by. This is actually awkward. Stopped him from messing up my missile or my weapons. Combat husks. Why does it always teleport them to my weapon? Maybe I should just leave my combat husks in there. Seems it likes teleporting them to my weapon room. You know what? I'll leave them in the missile room. Just in case, it'll be a little faster for them to respond to things. Oh! Enemy crew still alive. Whoops. Payments only on Netflix. Had to reactivate your account to see it. I've never actually had Netflix. I probably could afford it. I just... I mean, I already have Amazon Prime, and then I have Spotify Premium with Hulu attached, so I don't know. And my family has Disney Plus, so... What do you got coming up? We have a bit until the merchant. Honestly, I think the best thing in this game is Psychomancy. Corruption beam. Creates corrosive gas. But it doesn't affect shields, of course, so... I'm definitely gonna need better weapons at some point. You're held by a Corsair scavenger. She's hauling a sealed shipping containers and looking for a buyer. Not sure. Thanks for the business and good luck. Salt shield. Not the worst. Use enemy DPS by 1 plus 2 DPS. What are you up to, Jared? You got those shields, first things first. You're repairing your shields. the pressure's good. Again, they got teleported. Target room to opposing ship. It doesn't say randomly, but it seems like it's always this gun move. I guess this is the best place for my combat husks. Be Jared. I think I was still on that ship. Oh, I got distracted. Rip. That wasn't a bad run either. It's going on. Get a little goofy. Bleh. Currently playing Baldur's Gate 3 and waiting for your dentist appointment in 4 hours. Well, I hope your dentist appointment goes smoothly. We got a game of Void War in. That was well enough. You know, part of me regrets not picking up RimWorld and all the DLC when RimWorld was on sale for that short period of time. I'm actually kind of wanting to try it, but at the same time, it's just because this week I didn't really feel like particularly doing anything. And it sounds intriguing this week, but next week I got stuff I can be doing next week anyways. Finally getting the provisional filling out of that one tooth and seal it fully out. Good to hear you're taking care of your teeth. It's important. Gotta keep your teeth nice and healthy. Gotta keep the fangs up, Jared. Gotta keep your fangs prepared for biting necks. What do I feel like doing, guys? Why do I have these complex feelings about whatever I want to do? Why do I overthink and not have motivation for one thing or another specifically? How does that make you feel? Like I'm boring. I often feel like I'm boring. That's why you leave all your decisions up to the dice. Dice-kitas. Morbidus. Gorby, 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 Gorbin. Gorby, 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 Gorbin. Gorby, 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 Gorbin. Gorby, Gorbin, Gorbin. Gorby, Gorby, Gorbin. You follow 6, you must pay my rent for a month. Dredging up Jarrett's gerrymandering. You know what? My indecisiveness is just too indecisive. I'm booting up Dune. We'll chill, do some mining, take care of some busy work. I have to be doing it sometime. 100 bits to Vampire Duel again. Dune. Awakening. The blood must flow. I mean the spice. I mean the blood. I mean the spice. I mean the blood. I mean the spice. I mean the spice is in the blood, so the blood spice. Get the spice directly from top. 2 birds, 1 stone. Let someone else get the spice, and then you just tap straight from the blood. I wonder how much spice you could extract from blood. Probably won't get very much of it, but... Blood spice sounds like a very Norway thing. The murder must flow. I've updated my base a bit since I last streamed Dune. Suppose it is time to show you guys a little bit of that. And shrimped. And shrimp the Garby. Alright, well. Honestly, most of the outside is still relatively the same. The thing that's changed up is, well, I made this go straight directly up. I now have 2 big ore refineries here. They're huge. They process things goodly, efficiently. Dune, not Dune, yes. Here's my chemical refineries. Tuck them away. Still got the flower field out here. It's actually water time, but I'm not gonna bother right now. Got this room with boxes. It's kind of like a storage room now. Up here is still being worked on. It's a mess in here still. Still a mess in here. But out here, I no longer go up here to go out to the hangar. But I have... This room is still being worked on as well, but this leads straight out to the hangar. I made that wall cleaner on this side so it doesn't look misshapen. It's got a nice pattern going for it. I painted on the same side, so everything's nice and coherent. Asymmetry. Then here's my carrier. I have a carrier. I changed the landing pad a little to, you know, have it dented in a bit. Here's a way up. I didn't know that stuck. I have to look at that at some point here. But this is where I store my stuff I would take to the deep desert if I was going out to the deep desert, which I'm not right now, but I have have a bunch of junk in there. Here's Garby's Omnithopter. I don't know if Garby's ever really gonna bother much, but I've kept it around just in case he does. It doesn't bother me to have it sitting around. But this special landing pad in the back for Garby here. Goes all the way down and around. Have a little room with nothing in it at the moment there. Goes all the way back around. This is another way to the, well, this room that's still being worked on. And here I do have this little drop down I can do if I need to leave faster. And if I go around here, Garby has to sit on the edge of the couch. Another way around, you know, there's just plenty of ways around. This room is relatively the same, except instead of a long line of windows, I made it symmetrical again. And now I can get into this other side through going in here now. I saved some space. That tracks. Take care, Wolfie. Everything else is more or less the same, but I did change some things up to make everything a little more efficient. I'm near the building block cap actually, which is kind of rough. I want to build more, but you can only place 5,000 tiles, and I'm relatively close to that 5,000 tile limit. There's nothing in here, but I do have this little back room. I suppose the biggest change right now is that spots where I have the carrier. I did change my roof up a little bit specifically so I could get the carrier in and out a little easier. This area isn't finished on top of the other area that's not finished. I'm gonna have to figure this area out at some point. This area is nice and finished. You know, a nice little landing pad here for temporary landing. Important guest, you know, going into the little palace area. I haven't really furnished this place fully out, but I think it looks pretty decent. Nice little hall. You throw some parties on top of the fortress, you know? Invite Garb to the party. I still have to fix this up. I broke this earlier when changing things. This actually doesn't go anywhere. This is something else I never bothered finishing yet. Again, a lot of work to still do. This is what's supplying most of my power right now. Wind turbines. I'm pretty fond of my house so far. Again, has some work to go still, but I think it's a nice space. See, this thing is huge. I have no clue where Garby's going to be logging into if we just get back on them. I made this so I can easily go in and out if I needed to. And technically it has this way I can go in and out too, but it's not a problem per se, it's just not as convenient. It's just dropping down. This is technically a whole big tunnel that a vehicle could drive through. I could take my my buggy from the garage all the way up here if I needed to for whatever reason. Honestly, it's more for, you know, an aesthetically in lore universe reason that, you know, it makes sense to have something to bring cargo up and stuff like that to the hangar, right? Not something I actually needed to do. Nor do I think I'll ever really need to do this, right? Because in theory, I could take my buggy places and just drop it off through the rough and then just drive it back down. But I mean, it'd just be easier to drop it off in a tunnel outside, right? See? I think it's cool. It's a cool little thing that most people's bases probably do not have, right? Like, it makes sense for a functional base, I feel like. Be able to drive your vehicle through it. No, you Garb. Style points, guys. You gotta go for those style points. Yeah, because in theory, it'd just be easier for me to park this here, go up to the hangar real quick and grab it. Or drop it off here and then drive it back in real quick. But on that note, I need to check how many. Oh, the spice boat is going. Wait, where is it going? Yeah, that's right. I need to check how much iron and aluminum and stuff I have. Honestly, I think I need to do more duraluminum right now. I have plenty of aluminum. Yeah. Style points. I don't have Riz. I don't know what you're talking about. Dude, if I had Riz, I'd be dangerous, I feel like. No Riz here. Politely the business. It's, I guess I need more jasminium right now, if anything. I'm gonna need
Sector
more
weather alert.
duraluminum.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
What am I gonna make? If anything, you need to make more wind turbines at some point. I'm out of plastinium, more or less. I mean, technically I have plastinium, but I would want to save that for if I ever go back into the deep desert. I mean, I have enough wind turbines to power everything at this point. I don't necessarily need to make more. Honestly, I think my grind is more or less done. If anything, I'd get more deaths. I'd want duraluminum for death stills or to make gear. I have everything at this point, more or less. Plastinium I need more of, which means going to the deep desert, mining titanium and all that jazz, and going through that effort. Well, actually no. You know what I do need?
Sector weather alert. A large
I want
sandstorm
more
is
large
approaching.
water cisterns. But I think I got enough duraluminum for that at this point, that I don't need to worry about making these. I'm sick in places around the base aesthetically. More like their fuel tanks than water tanks. I think they take up more space being diagonally like that. Water storage is kind of paramount. Well, Not really, if we're being honest. I don't actually need that much water anymore. It's only when I'm doing a lot of production, and it's not like I'm going to be doing a crazy amount of production. It'd really just be if I want to keep things around and stored at this point. Oh, wrong way. God, my production area is getting so nice, except for the actual fabricators. The actual fabricators are a little messy. Hmm. I think 2 of these here would be fine. Big old water tanks. Yeah, I'm gonna need more. Do I want to make a tier 6 radiation suit? A lot of plastinium and spice melange. Well, it's more so the plastinium that I'm worried about. Not sure. I'll only need one. I shouldn't be taking damage in it. 93% radiation mitigation. Beasties. Gorbies. The Gorbies with the Orbies. Orbius, Gorbius. Dubious, Gorbius. Right. I should probably turn that machine off. First, where's the iodine? Where do you make the iodine? Probably the survival factor. Dang it. Iodine pills. Oh wow, you do use stir aluminum to make them? Oh wait, where's the box that this... Oh gosh. I forgot which box is linked up to that. Ah, this one. Oh, each one makes multiple pills. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's probably fine that they go to this box. I just gotta remember that. 2... Optimization. Damn. I'm gonna temporarily put my gear in here. Oh, Jammy Jester, what's up? Thanks for the raid, Jam. Yo, is that the beautiful lady Laura? Hello, Laura. How are you? Lovely Laura. Lovely Laura. That's who she is, lovely Laura. Lovely Laura. With a Jammy Jester, just a raid. Hello, Devil's Rig. What's up? How's your stream, Jammy Jester? What's up? What was I doing? Ah yes, I'm going to get ready to go get some more jasminium. But I think I should take some fuel cells over while I'm going. Good to see you, Laura. Good to see you, Jammy. What were you up to today? Stream was nice after not being able to stream for a month. Oh wow, a month's a good amount of time. I'm doing alright, thanks for asking though. I'm glad you're able to get back to it. What were you streaming, if you don't mind me asking? I'm doing alright, I'm chilling, I'm vibing. I'm gonna do a little bit of grinding on Doom, just a little bit of fireman as it were. We're saving up materials right now more than anything actually. We're masterminds in Apex. Quite a contrasting too. A lot of people love their horse girls though right now. I'm gonna take some plastonium with me while I'm at it. Plastone. Okay, leave on the plastone. Contrasting person. Inside you, there are two walls. No, I like the contrast for that is in a lot of people. A lot of people like Uma Masame right now, while also liking other stuff. You know what? I know where I have some stuff. Oh, that's one part of the base I technically forgot to show earlier. Well, this part of the base isn't done. I do have the part up here more or less done. Little overlook. I have this random box here. The you that likes cute things, and then there's a thing that the you that likes cute things, and then the you that likes exploding things. Yeah, yeah. Shooting and exploding things. We have this nice little observation platform up here now. This is no good reason. Well, no. Be weird. I wouldn't have light. Gotta be able to see. It's neither here nor there, though. Neither here nor there, though. Alright. Let's go ahead and go get some Jessica. You're here and there, though. This is true. This is true. I mean, honestly, I do think this game has an amazing journey early on. The progression that you feel going from your first bike, going from running around trying to not die to the worm from island to island early on, to earning your first bike is such a big, cool step early on. And then you get to the point where, you know, you eventually get a buggy, so you, instead of running around and mining the rocks with your cutting laser, you know, you'll be driving around your buggy and collecting it in a big buggy. And then you get to the point where you finally get enough materials for flight, and flying around the map for the first time is such an amazing feeling that, you know, it contrasts how much effort and time you took to get to that point. Because now you can just soar gently across the skies and feel, you know, a little proud of your accomplishment. Did good, right? Right on here, I should probably pop uphill. And it is fun with friends as well. The thing is, the journey for this game is so amazing, honestly. Such a great journey. The problem is the end game, I guess. The end game does get a little repetitive, and you do everything. You can practically do everything you can do in this game up until the end game. So if you're just used to enjoying the chill vibe of the PvE game, and then you get to tier 6, the final tier in the game of like loot and gear and stuff, then you suddenly realize the majority of time you have to spend is out in the deep desert in the PvP zone, potentially risking everything. Which, I mean, honestly, it's not that hard. I mean, I solo did things perfectly fine. Problem is, oh, I overshot my base. The problem is, going from just chilling and PvEing to hitting that PvP wall is so awkward for most people, especially if people are very PvP adverse. If you're PvP adverse, then, you know, it becomes one of those spooky things you may not be interested in, right? But I mean, they're slowly working on making that something that's not a problem. They've already changed so much about the game, too much to people's chagrin, right? There are a lot of people. The game was way more PvP oriented early on. They've actually adapted the game, and you can get a lot of stuff done. And I do mean you can get a fair bit done without going into PvP or doing PvP. So the thing is, I really think that even getting to that point in the game is more or less worth it. I think you'll have a great... The journey is so great. It's just you run into that awkward wall, and then, you know, you don't feel like you get as much out of it. I think once this game has more PvE stuff, more DLCs out, that's when you'll get more value out of this game for sure. So this game is going to get more DLCs. Majority of the DLCs are going to focus on PvE content. So there's going to be a lot more to do in the long run. So this game is easily going to be worth it, I'd say, in the future. It's just a matter of, is it easily worth it this instant? I don't know. I do think it is to an extent. I do think the journey is fantastic. But it leaves... The problem is the journey is so fantastic, you hit that wall of disappointment, right? Like, it is worth the journey, but then you don't necessarily feel like it's totally worth it when you hit that wall at the end game. It's a weird problem. I enjoy myself though. I enjoyed the time. I am kind of currently I am 579 hours into this game, and I am more or less just putting everything on the back burner right now. Right now I'm actually just going around getting my base ready to go on maintenance mode until more updates. So I got my money's worth out of this game for sure. Oh my god. God, how annoying these mobs are. That was way more messy than it should have been. I was kind of distracted, honestly. But yeah, 579 hours. So, I mean, I got my value out of this game, and then some, I feel like. I'm more or less in the process of just doing some casual farming, just so when I come back to the game in full force again, when there's more updates and all that out for the game, that I'll just be ready. Like, they dropped an update with more content and stuff like that. Let's hop on, I'll be ready. Of course, it does have that survival aspect to it, right? So, you do have to maintain your base, right? You have to have enough fuel for 30 days, you have to pay your taxes, or your base will eventually disappear. But they do have a system in the game that you could technically slowly step away. They have a bank in the main city that you could drop stuff off in. So you could store your money, you could store like important items like vehicles and stuff like that. So the biggest things you would need to store if you were to hit that endgame wall and feel like you just want to come back later is go to the bank, or take apart your buggy, take apart your carrier and sandcrawler, you have those, fly those over with your assault copter, and, you know, store them in the bank. Once you have those stored in the bank, you don't have to worry about them. Store your spice melange in the bank, maybe some other high tier materials that you don't want to have to farm for when you get back. And then, you know, put your scout omnithopter inside of your vehicle storage tool, which is a thing that lets you take your vehicle in and out, and then just log out in the city. This is like a plan I've concocted in my head that anyone could theoretically just go do if they wanted to, not worry about keeping their base up. I myself would like to keep my base going, so I am, you know, still out and about doing some farming here and there, getting all the stuff ready to go. Someone's mining base. Still protected, technically. Yeah, a lot of people are quitting the game more or less right now, and a lot of their stuff's deteriorating because they hit that endgame wall. But like, granted, like when the game came out, people are barely, you know, starting to drop off now. Not like they didn't get their value out of it, right? There is value in it, I do believe. It's just it's hard for me to, you know, just go all in on it. I think it's worth it, personally. But I also think you'll be disappointed in the end if it's not your kind of game, and or you hit that wall and really want more. But in a year or two, or when this game goes on a sale, this game goes on like a Steam summer sale, winter sale, or whatever, I say by all means go for it. And this is coming for someone who can get a not a payback, a whatchamacallit, a payout from people buying into this game. I actually have a link in my Discord that if people buy the game through the their partner, which essentially you'll buy it on their website, kickback, that's the word. If people buy the game from their partner site and get the Steam code that's associated with me and my link, I technically get like 10% of your game, the money from the game or something like that. So I just, you know, full disclosure, I do have some interest in, you know, potentially wanting people to get into the game, but I also don't expect people to go use my link to buy it off that site and then activate it on Steam and go through that process or whatever, right? I'm not like splitting hairs over it. Experienced the same thing with another game. Understandable. Honestly, there's a lot of games that have that thing where they just don't have enough end game stuff. I'm chilling on Sandtide. Sandtide Nadir. Almost time for another pill. While the vehicle's killing off. Or killing off. This focus laser overheats a lot. Honestly, that's one more thing I maybe probably should have done. I should have got Mark 6 lasers for my vehicle, or my Haga Basin mining vehicles. Because the focus laser Mark 5 is nice, but the overheating factor kind of sucks. By the laws of Canley. How much is my vehicle went? Almost full. Firefall. One full buggy run of this stuff does take me multiple trips in my assault copter to take back to my house. So it's not like I need to get every single note out here. Every single time. Jasminium. All jazzed up. Start tossing the stuff in my thought there. The mining method reminds you of PlanetSide 2 using an ant to go out and mine crystal nodes for resources. Oh yeah, that's right. Technically the base was deteriorating because I forgot to bring power to it a bit ago. That's why I brought the plastone. I needed to actually close this one again. Because I haven't gone and done Jasminium mine runs in a while. Haven't had the need to. But now that I'm getting ready to, you know, store a bunch of stuff, I do need to. Is it all closed again? Is there anything else that's broken? I think we're good. It was just that part of the base, funny enough. And some of this stuff could probably use repaired, but I'm not gonna bother doing that. Alright. Let's get out of here. Outbreak's about to be here. I just need to get out of this zone and back to my house. Probably could have stuffed some jasminium in my inventory, but eh. These crystals will last me for a little bit, assuming I don't go do more mining runs. I'm gonna need more leaving them out this way. I did have Garby helping me for a little bit, but Garby quickly... As I was in the same spot, honestly, I came to realize... I got Garby the game at an interesting time, funny enough. Oh, hold on, actually, let's do this real quick. I got Garby, I gifted Garby Dune at just the right time, right before I started realizing just how grindy the endgame was. Because I myself was just getting ready to go out to the deep desert for the first time, and I didn't really have a problem going around grinding stuff in Hogga Basin like this, but then I got to the endgame. It's awkwardly timed, but, you know, it's what it is. Yeah, you can see people's bases power out, stopped, some of them slowly breaking apart. A lot of people are slowly just, you know, letting things fall. But not I. I do think this game is going to have a future. I do think it's going to have good updates eventually. And have an end game where you can do more things without having to worry about going to the PvP zones anymore. Not that I can't go into the PvP zones. And honestly, now that more people are quitting, because they actually got everything from the end game zone already, a lot of those people, it's actually, you know, stands to reason that it's actually probably easier to go out into the PvP zones and grab what you need. Because there's probably going to be less people who are sticking around trying to get PvP, because honestly, a lot of the people who really wanted to PvP in this game don't really have content to do anymore. They changed a lot of how things work. And it is actually kind of a hassle to try and go PvP. And anyone can more or less just get away. Like, you can guaranteed get away from people in PvP in this game, assuming you aren't on the ground, right? Like if you're outside of your thopter and sitting there mining, and someone hits you right at the right time and sneaks up on you, they could very well kill you, right? But if you're already in the sky or you see them coming and you get to the sky, there's a good chance you're just gonna get away from them. So it's not like a huge deal. I myself have only gotten shot down once, technically twice if you consider someone blowing me up in my buggy almost. They actually only blew me up. They didn't actually kill my buggy. They just killed me and moved on. They blew up my treads on my walker, or not my walker, on my buggy. My buggy did take some damage, but they didn't like straight up murder it. I just had to repair it a little and it was good to go. I didn't have to make a new one. I started those up. I already held off on ad break. I get away from these so you're not hearing the grinding sound the whole time. Alright, so I will be right back. I'm gonna let the ad break play since I had to snooze it. I'll see you guys in like 3 minutes. Bye! Alright, we're back. You know, speaking of PlanetSide 2, I had a discussion with some guildies from another the community server I was on in terms of playing Dune with people. We did think it would be it would garner a lot of interest if there was actually a PlanetSide like mode in this game. I feel like a PlanetSide like mode in this game would actually work, and I think people would be into it. Because, you know, what is Arrakis if not fighting over spice? A lot of the biggest complaints people had about the PvP area in the endgame for Dune Awakening was that that in the deep desert it's free for all PvP. What's the point of being in a faction if you're just gonna be jumping other Atreides, jumping other Harkonnens, right? So I do think it would be interesting if there was this, if they did make a area specifically where it's, you know, faction versus faction, factors and points for the spice. You know, your faction, you're part of the group who pushes and makes effort to keep a place, you get some amount of spice back or something, you know, points. I think people would be much more interested in a faction versus faction area versus the current free-for-all meta of the deep desert area that does have PvP. Going back to whether I believe the game has worth or not. I mean, of course, I do think it has worth. But my prediction is, my biggest prediction for the game is right now is by time the next Dune movie comes out, this game is going to have a lot more of its problems sorted out, and it's going to have a lot more content. And by the time the next movie comes out, there's probably going to be some sort of crossover, right? Where they're doing something involving the movie in the game. And you're probably going to get a lot more people coming back to the game just to play Dune again, just because the movie, right? People are going to see the movie, see the cool things in the movie, and want to play something Dune. And I think this game will be a perfect aggregate for people to just play Dune by time the next movie comes out. So I think this game will pay out. Basically going to pull in edge runners. Yes, that is more or less what I'm thinking this game is going to be banking on at this point. Like at this point, the game is in decline. Of course, it has a core player base still. It has plenty of players. It'll keep going. It'll be fine on its current players. If you look at Conan Exiles and how they keep that game up running, it's fine. But I do think it's going to get kind of an edge runners boon to it again, and it's going to be a better game by then. And people are going to want to play it by then. And I do think, again, that adventure, the story it tells, it actually has a pretty solid story. This game has a solid story. And you feel so accomplished doing things in this game. So by the time the next movie comes out, there's just going to be more things for you to do and feel accomplished doing. And I think that'll be great. It's just, you know, going through that little struggle bus moment. It's all. But well said, Brinty. Hello, P-Meat. What's up? Pequod. Go get the rest of that Jasminium. Like, I mean, I could see Garby coming back and playing the game when the next movie comes out. Next movie comes out, I'm sure, you know, I could see Garby playing it again. By then, there'll be plenty more for Garby to do. I think Garby seemed to be enjoying the story that was going on so far and just going out and doing things. Going out and doing things in this game is pretty fun. The amount of resources and flight time that often gets to you. More so in the deep desert, the end game. It's the end game that's a problem. Everything up into the end game is fantastic, and it's gonna be sorted out. At least I believe so. Wait, you haven't watched any of the new movies? Well, I think you're missing out, Garby. Have you read the books? Nopers? I like the new Doom movies. I didn't care about the old one. But I like the new one. I think the new ones are worth watching. Nopers? Nopers? Anti-Dune Garvey now. Well, never mind. It's alright. Can't expect everyone to be into it. Unless his base is degraded enough. Claim, or if they just didn't pay the taxes. But I'm more likely thinking of what are the paid the taxes. Nope. The base is so solid. Oh my goodness. Jared didn't watch the Dune movie either. You guys just not into like the sci-fi aspect of it, or curious why you guys didn't care about it. Haven't read the books. I mean, you don't have to read the books to enjoy the movie. I honestly never read the book. I just really like the new movies. I like the idea and the theory behind it. I don't know if Dune is on Prime. Probably on there to buy. Oh wait, that... Wait a second, I put that in buggy. I was like, wait a second, there's no way I fit everything in my buggy. Or... Oh, it's my backpack. Oh wow, it's a perfect amount. You never heard about the Dune movies until you saw the game. Really? You're enjoying the game, but the pinging combat in the desert gets... yeah. Suppose that's the biggest problem for Garb, Naravian. Yeah, I could see it being not so enjoyable with the pinging. PBH, that is honestly very fair. Hello, Yoko, what's up? Well, I mean, you could always technically play it on... Honestly, I think this game has enough of an experience where, like, if you have some other friends from your region, or you just really want to go through the story or whatever, you could play it on your own. Go to your own regional server. Nice. Went to the lab to get some test results done. Enjoy your gaming. Get one slow bait out of like 8 hits. Oh yeah, no, that's rough. That's rough. Yeah, no. Sorry you have to deal with that, Corbin. It's a wicked delight. You know what I was surprised by? That save doesn't have a top hanger anymore. Okay, I mean, he has just a door in here now. I'm surprised he doesn't have the... He can't just land in the top thing. It's usually more convenient for a smaller base, I think. Best of luck, Jared. Hack Moonrise Tower now. You got this, Jared. Jared's a gamer. You know, that's one thing I think's kind of weird about the claiming system in this game. Is bases fall apart way before the taxes fall off. So bases just fall apart. No one gets to be happy and claim random base, right? It could be really cool if, you know, people quit and you could pick up their stuff, right? Just grab it once the taxes fall off. But it takes way too long for the taxes to fall off, so you never get to actually grab much. The person had to have been not paying taxes for weeks before they stopped quitting playing. They had to, like, open either. Like, all this is gonna fall apart before you can claim any of it. And you can't even loot the stuff that falls on the floor because it'll disappear. Then make it play. I'm not gonna make you play it at all if you don't want to play it. If you don't want to play Doom, don't play Doom. I just think that if, you know, it goes on sale one day, and, you know, you're looking for something to do, there's plenty of accomplishments to be had in this game, even though, of course, you know, doing things with friends is always great too. But I mean, if you ever feel like playing Doom birthday, I would not think of you having me around. I mean, you're on a West Coast, so, you know, this is a West Coast server, your ping would be fine. Garb just has, you know, problem with being in Aussie land. Jared just has a problem with being in Deutschland. Don't talk about the fact that the whole team can see in magical darkness, that darkness spell and bed. Ah, yes. Jared using the, Jarrett using the good old beat 'em up in darkness. Australia debuff, sadly. I can't wait until the world's neck-breaking infrastructure gets better. It's another thing holding back gaming, honestly. Networking infrastructure. People in power don't care as much about the networking infrastructure because, you know, their secure own lines and money you can pay for, you know, whatever their needs are. But for the wider general population, it is most definitely rougher. Oh my god, the radiation suit took way more damage than I thought it would have. Dark Justice Arm. Australia has many debuffs. Right now my fuel cells are over here, aren't they? New Draw Steel TTRPG by MCDM Studios. Nope. No clue what that is. Not a clue. Haven't the faintest. Alright. And 80 more. Your aluminum on each of these is fine. Actually, the water I'm putting. I guess I'm back at the perfect time to get my water. Cue the watering hole. Decalita Johns. boys want some water. I've got plenty of it coming on up. Gotta wait for the optimal time to harvest the water. Slurp, slurp. Hydration achieved. Have to wait for the optimal time to harvest burnt tea. It's just a little while. About time, innit? Why? Speed, speed, water gathering. Give me your water plants. They're actually nerfing the flower fields. I don't know why they have to nerf the flower fields. It's not a big deal. I mean, not everybody in the server gets it if someone builds on top of the biggest flower patches, but just make more flower patches. Make more flower patches. Don't take away from the people who have them. Let people alternatively go through the process of water harvesting every night. Choose to be a water harvester instead of collecting dozens of corpses. Making duraluminum takes so much water though. Why it'll be nice to just have a large water reservoir sitting around in case I ever do come back and need to start up mass production for whatever reason. Like one out of the ledge. Yeah, apparently a majority of these flowers aren't going to be here anymore. So, you know, use it while it's here. Believe it or not, all these flowers generate about 90,000 milliliters of water. If I get enough of them going every night. Very high-tech tools to extract that much water from plants. And there we are, we're all full up. The game. Honestly, this game gets pretty janky when I'm streaming it. Nowhere near as jank when I'm not streaming it. It's almost like I'm playing with a Shellian debuff, but not as intense, I guess. You can see where Garby's coming from. Like this, but worse. What are you up to, Disciple? $90k water. Barely gonna make a dent. You know, I've never bothered having an auto clicker before, but I specifically set up a water clicker because I got so tired of hitting this deposit water button. Ironically, the next update that they're pushing out is going to add a deposit all button, but they're also reducing the amount of water gains you can get from doing stuff like this. So it's like, well, way to crush the problem twice. I just made it a hole to deposit. Well, I don't know. They made choices. Again, this game does have some problems. And that is one thing too, is like, this game has some problems, and they chose some weird ways to solve some of them. So yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I feel pretty accomplished with all the farming I got done so far. I can make another 200 dear aluminum. We needed one though, that should be... Okay, so I'd run out of water again if I wanted to make the rest of these, but I'm not splitting hairs over that. Have a good one, Choco. Take care. I'm gonna get some plastinium. I'm gonna need more plastinium for plastone. Or basalt for plastone. Whatever it is. God, why is the game chugging so much? Sleepy save time. To answer your question about why there's no top hanger anymore, you're getting your power down to be able to run off a single field generator in the top, and the shield was way too big. Checks out. The rest of all save. Lurky save, lurky save. Wait, that storm isn't coming towards me, is it? Shouldn't have, I should have gotten a warning already. Oh no, it is. It just hasn't gotten to the map yet.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Yep. Get out of here. So wait, the building deteriorates on their own on a timer to the text. No, so there's technically two ways a base falls. So your base slowly deteriorates if there is no power. Essentially, when you have power to your base, it is shielded from the desert, in the sand, in the storms. So essentially, every time a sandstorm comes by the map, if there's a base that's no longer powered because someone stopped playing and isn't supplying power to their base anymore, or just forgot, the sandstorm does a bit of damage to the building. But if it's powered and the person's keeping power on, no problem. Now, that's just one way things can go down. It just slowly deteriorates from every sandstorm hitting it. The second way is, I think you have like a month to pay taxes. But if you don't pay taxes for a whole month, essentially your base becomes unclaimed. So your console will be sitting there, everything will still be in the base if it hasn't deteriorated. If there's enough power to last, and if someone kept the power going without paying the taxes, essentially it'll become a claimable plot. You can walk up to the land claim, the center, the console for the land claim, and claim it yourself. And that means you get everything on the land claim, except for the vehicles. The vehicles slowly, well, you know, won't become available, but neither here nor there. So that's technically two different ways for you to lose your base. It is more likely that someone runs out of power when they quit before running out of money to pay their taxes. Which is just unfortunately makes it impossible for anyone to really get anything out of someone's base. Like if you found someone's base, they would have had to been somewhat playing and just forgot about or stopped caring about paying their taxes, or planned to pay their taxes. Like, I'll pay my taxes next week. Oh, I'll pay my taxes next week. And then suddenly decide, I'm done. And then there are those bases where you can come along and claim them because they weren't paying their taxes but kept up their power. But it is more likely that their power is going to go out before they get unclaimed from taxes. Also, enjoy your life, Choco. Oh, why is my game chugging so bad? Never usually been this bad. I've streamed it before. It's usually not this bad. Oh. Yeah, let's turn off Lumen. That might help a little. Or not at all. I do want to get a new computer. A new computer is on my to-do list. Sometime this year, I do plan on purchasing a new computer. They're just expensive and, you know, making the right choice at the right time to get the right thing. Matters. I'd very much like a computer that can run all the newest games at max graphics while I'm also streaming. That is a dream, but also expensive. To be fair, even doing that is a big ask. The best thing you could do, or I could really do, is technically, while it would be more finicky, you know, dealing with two computer setups is a problem in its own to deal with. But a two computer setup would definitely make streaming your games easier for sure. You just have a really high-end computer to run the game at, you know, max, and then a pretty good computer running the encoding and all that. Probably even have a... I don't know, you could probably have the second computer running like the VTuber stuff as well. That would spare you a lot of trouble, honestly. Having your second computer do the VTubing stuff too. You know, I never thought of going this way. Makes sense. This is no fall damage per se. Normally because I don't really realize there's rocks right here. Nice out of fuel message. I'm really looking out of fuel right now. You know, that's what I should have been doing. I should have been hitting fuel cells too. Intersection fuel cells. Like, you know, I'm gonna just get tons of basalt, but basalt is way lighter than the aluminum and stuff, so I can... I'll be able to fill the entire inventory before I run out of space on this. Whoops. Womp womp. And I'll hit this copper. I could use some copper, I guess. I don't particularly scrounge up a lot of it. Someone used to have a base in that little passage right there. Overheat. Oh. One thing they have to fix is temperature gauge. Every time you switch seats, the temperature gauge starts from 0. So you don't know where you're actually at. You could be overheating before you realize your vehicle's that hot. I guess that's technically only a problem if you're solo mining, but most people mine solo. I mean, it's cool when you have a second person sitting on your vehicle helping you with the mining, but more efficient to solo mine. Because the other person can be off doing something else, or, you know, in their own buggy, doing another different mining trip, or a different loop to get the same resources. I feel like it'd be more relevant in like a PvP area, like a Planet Side 2 type area. You stick with a squad when you're expecting PvP. And be faster to go up and hit stuff if you don't have to switch seats, you know, it mattered more. Yeah, the copper weighs more than the basalt. No, I really don't want to buy plastinium. It makes so much selling it. But I can sell duraluminum for a decent bit, like hella soon. To get some more plastinium and make a Mark 6 mining laser instead of using this Mark 5. I think it'd be a conductive use of my remaining funds. Especially if I was to come back to the game, it'd be good to have Mark 6 production lasers ready. I mean, the mining laser doesn't really take damage unless it gets hit by a storm. Even when you overheat, I don't think the laser itself takes damage. There's a chance it will take damage if it gets directly shot at. So, I mean, I should probably just take the Mark 6 mining laser off of my from my deep desert buggy, because I have a buggy specifically that's meant for the deep desert. But I'm not really going out and doing deep desert stuff right now, so... it would be more of a good use to actually just... use it on this buggy, probably. I think here's someone else's buggy. Heard something. Not that it matters. It's not like I'm in a PvP area right now. Most people doing this mining route come through here for the aluminum, which I'm not grabbing. So weird coming through this route just for basalt. And now I guess copper. And fuel cells. Person who owns this house is a pretty nice guy as far as I can tell. Very chill hours. Mining with politely. Where we gather all your worries. Throw them over a cliff. Oh my god, why is... I've never had this much of a problem with the game before. Maybe I switch after this mining run. It's not like I'm totally needing to do this right now. I could be doing some other things too. As long as I'm chilling it out with you guys, it doesn't really matter. Does not really matter. Out of fuel message is funny. Yeah, maybe I should grab some granite. Could take it for granite. I'm eventually probably going to add more furniture to my house, my base. Having some furniture, furniture actually takes a fair amount of granite. You know, the only thing I think I need copper for at this point in the game is probably the probe drone. For scanning. Specifically scanning the deep end. There's nothing really else to bother scanning anymore. Or rather, there is literally nothing else to scan. You can't rescan the zone, so... My inventory looking like... I'm getting silly. I feel like I'm skipping frames here, even though I'm not. Something weird going on with the settings. I've never had this problem before. Actually, maybe to deal with uptime. cable usage. Well, no, I'm at like 80%. GPU's only at 46% usage. Now wait, if I switch over here and then switch back into the game. Let's see. There's no way. It says Dune is using 0%. Unless it's not tracking the right GPU. That doesn't make sense. A mystery. Maybe I need to validate the game. Something funky's going on. Couldn't be this bad. Never has been. But whatever. I got my mining run done. Got a fair few chores done. Yeet. Drive through Kev's base. Eat myself off a ledge. And we're back. Alright, my boxes are down here. We're dropping off. Also the basalt in here. Toss the copper in here. Put the granite upstairs. Fuel cells as well. Actually, hold on. Oh, it's already done processing during the mill. Okay, that's a good amount of basalt. Or, not basalt, but... whatchamacallit? Plastone. That's right. Should not run out of plastone again for building. At this point I have more than enough. Let the load. Technically could do water, but you know, I don't really feel like it. Especially with the It's a weird lag thing going on while streaming. I'll put the rocks in this box I have over here for. Oh. Damn. Alright. Just like that, more or less done with Doom for now. I don't look at the video app. Looks like there might be an update. Driver update. Doubt that it's actually affecting anything right now, unless there's a the last update had a issue. Yeah, nothing going on that should be affecting it. Whatever. I will have to download and update that at some point though. Okay. What now might be the question? I will figure that out when I get back from Advic. I'm just gonna go ahead and run Advic real quick. See you guys in a few minutes. Bye. Bucket Delilah. Up. Be back. Storm of cuteness. Dragon Slayer. Me back. Did not quite figure out what I wanted to do. I see you finished Haste last month, James. Congratulations. Thanks for the welcome back. Conquer the universe. If only it was that easy. After a long while bashing your head against the final boss, finally finished it. Congrats. James is a gamer, guys. I don't totally know what I want to do. Chill here and talk to you guys. Was your haste... did your haste feel accomplishing, Monsieur James?
That's all right.
Take forever. The final boss is insane. Well, it's a good thing you're also insane. Hey. I get ya, Jamesy and Jamesian. Yeah, I honestly don't feel like doing much. Being chillin'. Looking through my Steam, wondering to myself, is there really anything that draws me, that I wish, that I yearn to do? But there really isn't. Just being here with you guys is often enough. We're just going to just chatting for a moment. I've been in Dune for a little bit here. Finished co-op Lords of the Fallen for the day. Got the weapon you want and your build is good to go. Congrats. gamer. James, true gamer. Hmm. Huh. Full Inferno build because fire. Know you, Dragon Slayer. And your little James too. Rest well, Dragon Slayer. Thank you for chilling out with us. It's always appreciable to have your lovely self here with me. In the rest of chat as we vibe away. Oh man, Daisy's getting a Badlands expansion. Westmost parts of Pakistan, west of Chinaris. Desert. I honestly kind of wish I could get back into Daisy, but I don't have it in me. A lot of time, a lot of running simulator, a lot of jank, a lot of not any good knowledge, and I've never particularly been an amazing shot. James or Dragon Slayer, divinity or sin, a true wonder of true ponder. Gosh, I'm really wondering what that Dynasty Warriors Origins DLC is gonna be. Running the original Sin 2. A good game. I wonder if Valerian is working on Divinity Original Sin 3. Divinity Original Sin 2 is a great game. Played a fair amount of it. Did multiple endings, multiple character builds. The amount of times The amount of times I have restarted Divinity Original Sin 2 is honestly pretty wild. I restarted Divinity Original Sin 2 too many times. I would have had way more endings, I guess. Probably would have had all the endings in the time I did all the restarts. Love that game. First playthrough, you did a full fire mage build and still have a screenshot somewhere of you setting a whole battle arena on fire. You know, fire builds are pretty fun. It's just you'd hate to see it when an enemy was immune to fire. Dude, that one mission with the oil blobs. The oil blobs that eventually turn into fire blobs. Not the best place for a fire mage, but still. The chaos is fun. Palpable. I always liked going like a necromancer physical build. Doing a nice big blood rain and then the grasping from below. Like there's so many encounters you could just one-shot. You could one-shot someone and people with a necromancer build. High magic, but physical damage. Surely if you keep throwing fire at them it'll eventually work. For sure, for sure. You just gotta keep throwing fire down. Fire into water. Fireball. Garby ball. Garby space program. We're sending you to space. We're sending you to space, Garby. Good luck. Found the screenshot. Okie dokie. Yep, that's the mission. That's the mission away. Yo, one of my favorite things, honestly, about Divinity Original Sin 2, honestly, was the Lone Wolf mode. I kind of wish that Baldur's Gate 3 had a Lone Wolf mode thing going for it. Going Lone Wolf, having those extra actions and power behind you, you could pull off and do so many interesting and cool things and fun, and you felt so powerful. Lone Wolf is fantastic in Divinity Original Sin 2. Zozo Kirilina. It's a Zozo Kirilina. Where are we? Who are we? Why are we? Fights? Is it because you're going to space or because you have to go? You've come back to Or 4 elf nonsense. Did start a second playthrough with a friend but never finish it. Yes, with B. But yes. Either way, Garvey. Either way. No matter what you're doing, you know I wish you well. You know I'm always wishing you well, Gorb Gorb. Gorbicus. Gorbimanjaro. Gorbodiness. Worcestershire sauce. I don't know about that one, Garvey. Oh, I don't know about that one, Chief. I deserve nothing. I've just been going through my Steam library while we were chilling, chatting. And nothing. Not a single one. Not a single iota of a game. Stands out. Crushing it, Garby. Thank you for the 100 bits. But you should save your money. Save your money, girl. Whatever happened to Resident Evil Resistance? Game fell off hard, didn't it? Dead by Daylight wannabe Resident Evil. So I have some sitting here for a while ago. You don't remember when you bought them? No clue when they were from or how they were from. Just that you have now spent them. Ah, I imagine Tainted is already Tainted's already gone to bed. When can we expect Vampy branded cookies? You know what, if you sponsor the cookie line, Jared, sure. You'd have to be batty to do so. I think merch would be cool. I just know I don't have enough people to make it, you know, plausible. Something I'd have to be very sure of to bother going out of the way to try and, you know, get done. And I just do not believe that it's the case that I could get such a thing done. How to get yourself a cookie cutter in politely form. I don't know if you'd want a cookie in my form. Commissar politely plushy one. If only. I mean, granted how much I make from streaming, we got a while until I can get such a thing done. Technically, streaming doesn't even make enough to pay my rent. It does help pay for my, gaming habits on stream, right? Typically, I'll buy a game, play it on stream at least once, and maybe play it more off stream if I feel like playing it more. So, it's all in the name of the hobby, I guess. But if I could, if I was in a situation where merch made sense, if I was in a situation where I would have no problem going out of the way to get merch, I'd definitely not have a problem having that available for those of you guys who, would want to get such. I think it'd be cool. I think it'd be neat. I'd want some of it probably. But you know me. I'd be a little too realistic sometimes. Sometimes, a lot of the time. Very grounded. Perhaps too grounded in reality sometimes. Go on the top shelf. As long as I'm not going in any jars, we're good. Keep me out of them jars. We're going casual. Wow. There you go. Jar full of blood. A jar full of blood would be a thing. Immediately in a jar and then launched to space. You're expecting the question, why do you have a jar full of blood? Why wouldn't you have a jar full of blood, There's jars full of bloods and mason jars, This makes sense. Where else are you gonna keep your blood? God, you know what I really want? Knights of the Old Republic. They need that Knights of the Old Republic remake, man. I just need more remakes of old games. That way I don't have to worry about old game jank. Let me replay old games. That's all I need in life, is to replay old games, but make them look better and run better. All any of us really need, right? The old RPG, yes. I don't care about the MMO. Don't care about the MMO. Oh yeah, that's right. Rainbow Six Siege is now Rainbow Six Siege X. I forgot about that. Wait a second. Borderlands X Rainbow Six Siege? They had a Borderlands crossover for Rainbow Six Siege? It's wild. I bet Garb enjoys the Rengoku event. Rengoku event. It's so fun. What, the Borderlands or the Rengoku? Is there something special with the Rengoku? As to why, I have no clue, Zozo. Just have shotguns and throw one-shotting kunai. It's the... I'm glad you're having fun with it, Gorb. I used to really like Siege. I can't ever imagine going back in any meaningful way. I just don't have the motivation, time, or energy to deal with the people. The cheaters are real bad right now, and the people are less than stellar. God, the game's still dealing with cheaters. I mean, it's always going to be dealing with cheaters, let's be real. But it is wild. Garbicus and Mechanicus. Mechanicus X Garbicus. You know, I was actually meaning to bring this up earlier, but I forgot about it. But from what I can tell, the guard, there is actually no like real Western things in 40k. You know, it's interesting because in 40k, space Western often comes up because, you know, space is usually or often an allegory for, you know, the old West, the lawless West and stuff like that, right? But I mean, I guess to some extent there is the Imperium, which is, you know, ever-reaching message of order and law. But no, it struck me as strange that there's no guard units that are cowboy based, right? Even if you're not gonna have like the lawless frontier kind of vibes. You think that, you know, between like the guards corps that look like Russian troops or British troops or French troops or, you know, like all these other variants of 1700, 1800 uniforms for various factions. You think it'd be interesting if there was like a Rough Rider type or, you know, 1800s or late 1800s guardsmen, right? Like the US Cavalry, late 1800s US Cavalry type guardsmen, right? Like, you know, that's, if you ever seen like Westerns, you know, that the white hat, the yellow scarf, the blue uniform, right? You could see that, right? But just 40k it up, I could see a guard regiment looking like that. Ever-reaching message of get to work and pay taxes or die. They might actually be doing something with the Emperor coming back with the Star Child because of the Terminus 3 Kree reveal. Maybe. Leaving the scrying eyes alive in the Moonrise Tower is so hecking annoying. Unscry them eyes, Jared. Unscry them! Tear their eyes out. Iltutmish played Wasteland 3 for the first time on July 20th. I never finished Wasteland 3, but I was liking it. I started playing Wasteland 3 on stream, actually, right? I never got that far into it, but as far as I did get, I was enjoying it. I don't know why I stopped. It's other things, and then I couldn't get back into it from where I was. And then I didn't want to redo what I had already done. But yeah, the random guards regiment as like a late 1800s US cavalry would be a cool ideal, I think. Yeah, with all the guard regiments out there, you thought there'd be at least one Western themed one. And there isn't. As far as I can tell, the most Western themed things are the Raiders. The Mechanicus of all people have one of the most Western things in the 40k verse, as I can tell, that they have their group of raiders that use like long revolvers, right on horseback. There's apparently like a gene stealer hero that looks kind of like a Western bandit, but I mean, not really the same. At least now the tower is empty now, because literally everyone came down as reinforcements and we don't talk about my party all being on 1 HP. I don't know what you're talking about, James. Never happened, right? Right? Ah, get this. Yeah, but no, I just thought that was interesting. I could see it happening now. A Western themed gardens group. I guess it would make more sense for them to be like on the edge of the Empire too, right? So it's more old Westerny, right? You could have them themed around, you know, a planet that's kind of like on the frontier of the Empire's lands, but not necessarily dealing with too many Xeno threats, more so dealing with like internal human affairs. And a rogue trader. A rogue trader who has kind of like a outlaw motif going on. Just random thoughts from a random vampire. Could definitely do it with rogue traders, yeah. Like, I don't know, I imagine a lot of you guys probably don't really know exactly what I'm talking about when I'm talking about like a US cavalry. Let me pull this up. This is the kind of thing I'm talking about. Hold on. Like this kind of image, right? Like, of course, you'd have to 40k it up, but overall design, like the Rough Rider, I feel like a guard regiment could totally look like that. You know? I feel like it's kind of guard regiment coded. I mean, cavalry already kind of plays a part in some of the guard factions. Some guard factions more than others, though, right? For sure. I feel like even these are models, I think. I have no clue where this is going, but... I mean, it doesn't have to be 1-to-1, but... Commissar, Cavalry, Cowboy. Maybe Mordian, Iron Guard. Be a stretch, and they have different hats, yeah. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, that's what I'm thinking about, is like, they have things like the Mordian Iron Guard, right? Like, it's not that far off, all things considered, in terms of like having a more casual dress compared to, you know, other guardsmen, like the, you know, the typical guardsmen. Totally doable, I think. The Mordian Iron Guard are pretty cool looking though. They do have the same kind of theme. I mean, honestly, you could kind of paint Mordian Guards and, you know, edit them a little bit to look kind of like that. Like, I mean, if you look like these guys, right? These guys almost kind of look the motif, just painted in that all blue color. Like, you put a stripe on their pants. Instead of doing the red, trim it with, you know, yellow, make the hat white. Or give them a cowboy hat instead. Italian Rough Riders are close as well, but they're more Mongol. Yeah. That's what I'm saying though, is right? Like, there's motifs from all over the world. From a whole bunch of different time periods. Except really kind of US history. I mean, I guess the closest thing you get to US history is like World War II with, or / World War I with the Americans, and that'd be what Armageddon. Because this is the closest I think you get to a historic American motif, is Armageddon's. That's Krieg. What? That's a Kriegsman painted in Steel Legion colors, right? Okay, that one might actually be Steel Legion. Because it's coat difference, right? Yeah, no, I knew I was seeing the difference. There's definitely a difference between a Kriegsman and an Armageddon uniform. I'm aware of that. I mean, at the end of the day, if you really wanted to, you could paint a Kriegsman in Armageddon colors and call it an Armageddon, I'm sure. And vice versa if you really wanted. Well, actually, not really vice versa, because the mask is not iconic of Krieg. But you could do it one way, not necessarily the other. But yeah, I feel like Steel Legion is honestly like the closest you get to an American motif. Armageddon out of here. Oh my goodness, Garvey. Garvey with all the leaving stuff today. Garvey just wants to leave us, guys. No, have a good one, Garvey. Take care. Catch you around. See, no, that makes sense, right? The coat is right and all that. There's definitely a difference in the coat. Daniel, the cooler Daniel. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. I do like the Kriegsmen more than the Armageddons, but the Armageddons are close. Like, before they released a Krieg outfit in Darktide, I was wearing the Armageddon outfit in Darktide for my veteran. That was my outfit. I was always wearing the Armageddon outfit. Because it's as close as I could get and still, you know, hold off the motif well enough. But yeah. Commissar is my favorite thing. Honestly, this art out of Rogue Trader is so good. Definitely the portrait I used when I was playing. Though to be honest, I'm not honestly that big on the armor plate that some of the commissars wear. I don't particularly care about the armor plate. They have a lot of variants on the commissars too. Although, if they did have Duquesne's outfit, if they ever added Duquesne's outfit to Darktide, I would be very much shut up and take my money. Shut up and take my money. I would wear Duquesne's outfit, no problem, in Darktide. Yeah, 40k has a lot of cool stuff. Anyways. Enough looking at that. No more peeking, James. No more peeking. Ba-da-ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba-ba. Add a tech priest to Darktide and you'll throw your money at them. Honestly, after they added the way they implemented brain, the Arbites. That took me way too long. After they added the Arbites and how they added the Arbites, honestly, there's no reason they couldn't have a Mechanicus style character come in, right? I mean, it could very much go with a you know, just like the Arbites came in saying that they've finally gotten tired of the Inquisitor's jurisdiction and that they're here to help restore the Lex and uphold the law. You could very well easily have the Mechanicus squirrel their way in after, because, you know, we've been fighting over the planet for so long, you know, just, you know, have a special intro for like the Mechanicus also coming in and saying they're there to, you know, get back their resources and stuff like that. Because, I mean, technically, you know, the Mechanicus have their own way of squirming in things, right? Like, even the Inquisitors have trouble getting into the Mechanicus stuff. You know, just like, you know, the Arbites are, you know, are the Lex, they uphold the law. And, you know, that creates some crossover with Inquisitors, you know, not necessarily being too pushy with them. The same could be said for the Mechanicus, right? Since the Mechanicum is technically part of the Imperium, but, you know, maintains their own cult. Shoot, even the Custodes and even the Custodes and the Primarchs have trouble getting information out of the Mechanicus. The Mechanicus very much have their own room to butt into the affairs of what's going on in Darktide. And that could very well give you access to a tech priest-like character. I mean, I'm sure people would love just being able to have their the Mechanicus poleaxe weapon thing they use, or, you know, having a servo arm that could do things. Someone also pointed out that the Dark Mechanicum might be involved, so there's a reason for Mechanicus to intervene. I mean, I'm down for any more reasons to add more classes to the game. No more peeking right when you get to the summit of peak. Congratulations, Tim. You've hit the peak. There is no more peeking because you're at the peak. You can't peek from the peak. Because the peak, you're already peaking. Max full peaked. Max faux pas. Faux pas, papa, 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 papa. Faux pas, papa, 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 papa. Faux pas, papa, 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 papa. Don't ask me what I'm doing, or saying, doing. Solo is pretty decent. You're a gamer. Surely that's what's up. You're just a gamer. There's a lot of gamers in here. We do some gaming. Still want them to add Chaos Space Marine as a boss enemy in Darktide. Well, I mean, understandable. I mean, I have no problem believing 4 dudes could take out a Chaos Space Marine. On the level of the rejects, anyway. I'm not just saying any random dude, but on the level of the rejects and all the things that the rejects have gone. I mean, the rejects take on Plague Ogrins, Demon Hosts, and other threats that, you know, are typically threats Space Marines are supposed to go at, you know? And it's not like they do it solo, they do it together, so... See, all you need to take on a Space Marine is a Meltagun. Give James the Meltagun and let me parry the Space Marine. Can't say you can't parry a Space Marine. A regular person is capable of parrying a Space Marine. It is possible. Now, whether or not you can continue to parry a Space Marine is a difference, right? There's a difference between being able to parry a Space Marine and, you know, being able to consistently parry a Space Marine and continually do so. Shoot, my favorite individual from Warhammer 40k did it twice. Thomas Arcane. He held his own against a Space Marine, enough for Jurgen to kill the Space Marine, kill the Cornite Space Marine with a Meltagun. Difference besides your arm flying off as you parry and you actually holding your ground. Yeah. He said, "I will parry the I will parry this, you mofo." Yeah, no, I mean, it's still one of the most wild things for Kane to have taunted the Chaos Space Marine. No less a Cornite Berserker. Thomas Arcane taunted a Cornite Berserker and lived to tell the tale. I mean, of course he has technically more amazing feats than that even, but I believe Thomas Arcane is the only person who is living to know how, not know, but to have gone through a Necron portal. rather, Commerce Arcane is the only person to have survived going through a Necron portal. Which is also another crazy feat. Technically though, I imagine that you probably did in Mechanicus, in 40k Mechanicus. I have a feeling there's probably a mission or something or at some point where you end up going to a Necron portal. If I had to guess, I haven't actually played Mechanicus. I've always meant to try and get into it. I just... time, motivation, all that kind of stuff, you know? You know how it is. Parry this, Jarrett. Can't remember, honestly. Fair enough. At least according to the book. According to the book that Karma's Arcane in, I believe it's Amberly Vale who notates that, that Kane is the only person noted to have gone through a Necron portal and lived to tell the tale. At least I think it's, you know, lived to tell the tale. I think, you know, there may have been other people who have ended up going to it but have been never heard from again or whatever. But Kane's the only person who's gone through a portal and ended up, you know, living, right? To have come back. Missed your parry. Missed parrying sleep. So hyped for Mechanicus too, though. You know, I should probably try playing Mechanicus before Mechanicus 2. And James should probably replay through Mechanicus before playing Mechanicus 2. Right? Right, James? Right? Imagine you'll do so once it has an actual, release date. You wonder how the interaction between Trazen and Kane would have went? You know, it wouldn't be... Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if Trazen and Kane would to have ever crossed paths and had a conversation. Honestly, I'm surprised that's not the ending of Kane. It's wild because Kane actually survived full service, got to retire, came out of retirement to fight a big war, and then, you know, essentially got to fade out peacefully, right? It's, you know, it's a crazy thing for a Commissar. It's not something many Commissars at all get to experience, apparently. Because a lot of Commissars, like, I mean, it's even rarer for, you know, like a guardsman, right? It's probably less rare for a Commissar than it is a guardsman, to be fair. But even for anyone, it's pretty rare. In general. But honestly, I think it would have been an interesting ending to Commissar Kane's story if, you know, like when he came out of retirement to fight that battle, if that's when, in that chaos of the battle, you know, that gets caught up by Trazen. Could have seen that happening. But you read an interesting theory the other day. If Doomguy and Korn would fight, the fight would probably never end because Doomguy is too angry to die and Korn gets fed through Doomguy's anger and hatred for demons. An eternal battle. And the fight raged on for a century, but finally outwalked Mr. Rogers in a blood-stained sweater. Outwalked Jarrett in a blood-stained sweater. Depends on how Doomguy stuff would work in 40k, because if demons from Doomslayer's world also in the 40k Demon Slayer world, would most likely become a Chaos Bed equivalent. Don't know, maybe. Mayhaps. I couldn't tell you. Oh, how did Evo go? I used to actually have a few friends who would always tell me about how Evo went because they were very into fighting games, but I have not hung out with those people in a long time. Any of you guys keep up with Evo? How was Tekken 8 at Evo? Tekken 8's actually still seeing a relatively amount of fanfare. Like, out of all the Tekkens in recent history, Tekken 8 is actually doing pretty well for itself, I feel like. I mean, of course, it has a lot of controversy versus balance, and, you know, now that the director is, you know, interacting with people on Twitter and stuff, but you got to get into Space Marine 2 now that Titus is canon. Aizen, what's up? Space Marine 2 is pretty good. I just don't have the energy to constantly be playing it. I find it funny that all of the Evo games, well, most of the Evo games are on sale, but Street Fighter isn't one of them. Granted, if you don't account for sales, Street Fighter is cheaper than Tekken 8 is, so I mean... But on sale, Tekken 8 is technically cheaper than Street Fighter right now. Crapcom. I could never get into Street Fighter. I don't know why. I always liked Tekken, but for whatever reason, I just couldn't get into Street Fighter. It was never my thing. Next time RimWorld goes on sale, I think I'm gonna pick up RimWorld in all of its DLC. I don't want to pay the current price for it though. I know next week I might be busy doing Battlefield 6 if it runs on my computer. It's fun, but Siege Mode really takes it out of you. I really like Siege Mode. I just think that, honestly, the later half of the mission... Honestly, the later half of the Siege Mode is actually a little too much. It starts off pretty solid though. It just, that back end gets a little too much. There becomes that point where you just straight up can't, you know, get any parries off, or even when you dodge, something hits you like at the end of the dodge, because everything is, you know, attacking you and hitting you at the same time. And then the... Having 3 of the Thousand Sun Dreadnoughts attack you at once, that was so wild. I was fighting for my life, dude. I think I prefer Siege for the first half. The Siege mode's first half I prefer over doing like the missions, the typical missions over and over again. But when it starts getting really chaotic and tough and stuff, I don't feel it as much for sure. I too hope Battlefield 6 is good. The thing is, it looks like a continuation of Battlefield 3 and 4. So like, you know how Battlefield, you know, took a left turn after Battlefield 4, right? I feel like Battlefield 6 is picking up where Battlefield 4 left off. Corey Kitsune, how are you? Fall into a pit. Went straight left and straight down. Yeah. So we'll see. I mean, the crazy thing is, right, like, is we're gonna get the open beta next weekend. We're getting to open beta this week, technically, right? This week, 7th, we're a few days away. So we'll get a feeling for how the game is, right? I mean, it's not going to be everything the game has on launch, but I feel like this open beta will at least tell us enough about how the game is going to start going. And I am curious to try it, for sure. Ipikari. Ipikari. Kiki dididibada. Ba-da-ba-da, ba-da-ba-da, ba-da-ba-da. Ba-ba-ba-ba, ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. A drifting word, a drifty word. Honestly, if I enjoy myself on the Battlefield 6 open beta, I will pre-order it. But if I don't, no. You know, one of the wildest and coolest things I did, you know, what's actually really solid about Battlefield 6 already is that you don't have to log in through the EA launcher. They already confirmed that if you buy Battlefield 6 on Steam and, you know, you just set up the account link, you won't have to worry about relaunching going to the EA funky, yes, I started up a EA game on Steam, but it's going to start up the background EA service and then, you know, go through its little quick detour and then I finally start the game. You just want your tank wars in 3 back. We've been burned before. Again, let's see. The thing is, the difference is, I never actually bought Battlefield 20. I didn't buy the last Battlefield. I tried it when it had its closed beta / open beta. I gave it a go, and then I did a free weekend just to see how it was going. And I never bought it. I just instantly could tell that I didn't like it. I didn't like the direction, and I wasn't going to like playing it. So I shall see how the open beta feels. And at the end of the day, I can stream it assuming my computer can run it fine. I can stream it, and you know, you guys can see if it was worth it. And you know, it's not a big loss if I don't end up liking it in the long run, right? You want your blowtorch to work like it did in 3. They are bringing the blowtorch back. It did look like they had a reload mechanic for it though. You like actually change out your torch tank. Everyone in 2024, $70 game is bad, not buying. Everyone in 2025, $70 game is okay, who care? Basically see how fast people normalize $70 games. I don't think the price is great. I'm not going to justify the price. But I never justify the prices for any of the games I play on stream because at the end of the day, I'm a streamer, so it's a business expense. And I show you guys if it's worth it or not, right? You guys can get secondhand knowledge and view into the game from watching, right? But on that note, ad break's about to start, so I'll be right back, guys. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. Ad break was going and, you know, I usually get away during ad break time. But no, on the... Typically when it comes to games, especially with me, I know it's... So I'm in this bit of a precarious situation when it comes to games. Because I can afford to buy games purely because I'm, you know, my streaming hobby pays for games. And on top of my streaming hobby paying for games, to be kind of irrelevant as a streamer, you do need to, you know, sometimes play relevant games. Not to say I always follow that trend, and I, to some extent, I could probably follow it better at times. But for those of you who have been around for a good long while by now, I'm sure you can agree that one of the things I often say when people ask me if they should get the game or if a game's worth it, you know what's the most often thing I say about games on this channel when I'm talking about games and their worth and the value? You should wait until it's on sale. I feel like that's probably one of my most said things about when I talk about games is, yeah, maybe pick it up on sale. I'd wait until it's sale. Right? I'm sure there's plenty of you guys who can relate and confirm that that is usually how I talk about most games. Put on your wish list and wait for a sale. Yeah. Gotta flex on Jarrett real quick, 1 sec. Damn, Darva. Flexing those extra 4 months, 7 days. Darva. I mean, you already have a first badge, Darva. You already have a first badge, so you know. You're already flexing on most people, right? But no, I myself usually, if it is not relating to my stream, I usually kind of vote with my wallet. If I'm not playing the game on stream, there's a good chance I am not buying a game unless it's either cheaper, on sale, or I really think it's going to have its value in it. But because I can stream games and because I can show those games off and see if they're worth it on my stream to me and, you know, give an informed opinion to people, at least informed opinion from my point of view and how I like to enjoy games, I can justify spending $70 for a game. But that doesn't mean I suggest that other people buy a game for $70 or 100 AUD. I will not tell people to go buy Dune Awakening. Yes, I have an affiliate code that can get me 10% if someone bought Dune, but I'm not going to tell anyone to go buy Dune. I will tell you what's in Dune Awakening. I will tell you that I think it has a lot of promise and it's going to get better, but if you wait until it's on sale, by the time it's on sale, it's going to be even better than it currently is. But I do not let that stop me from starting to play a game and seeing where that game lies. Personally, I don't think digital games should cost the same as a physical disc. I mean, a lot of people are in agreement about that. But I mean, we can't really do anything about that, unfortunately. I mean, there's plenty of arguments for games in their pricing. I'm not going to defend necessarily the inflation aspect of gaming, but it is true that the prices of games was maintained for a good long time. But at the same time, you know, they were that price when, you know, a $40 game, a $50 game, when they started being $40, $50, they were technically worth more due to inflation than they are now, right? That money went farther and was more pricey to put into a video game back then. than it is now for that same price. So I don't know. This topic has been hotly debated and, talked in circles. And I'm not going to say I'm an arbiter or professional on the subject. All I can tell you is my position on it. Like, I myself am not buying a Nintendo Switch 2. I do not like the game prices for the Nintendo Switch 2. I have a Switch. I loved playing Just Dance on my Switch for the Wii. And I enjoy playing Just Dance on the Switch and my Switch. And I enjoyed playing some of the Pokemon games on my Switch. But until the Switch 2 goes on sale at a decent price, or they lower the price in market entry, I don't know if I'll ever really bother going to get a Switch 2. Like, one of the things is I've often held out on buying RimWorld. I mean, some people would say RimWorld is worth its value, right? But to me, I just don't know. I've seen plenty of gameplay, but I just don't know if I'd feel for it until I got my actual hands on it. And I just don't feel like it's worth me picking up. And I'm not going to pick it up because unless I'm going to pick it up, play it on stream, and, know I'm going to get some value out of it, I'm not going to. And that's usually me with most games, right? Specifically, one of the most noteworthy examples I feel like is Star Wars Outlaws. I didn't actually buy Star Wars Outlaws. I got Ubisoft's monthly thing on the launch window purely to show off the game, play it myself, see if it is potentially worth it in the future when it goes on sale. My thought is, nah. I did not suggest Star Wars Outlaws to anyone, unless they really were hungering for a Star Wars game and were okay with, the general direction of how that game was. But I felt like it was really, it was fine for me to pick up the monthly Ubisoft subscription once just to test it out on stream and, give people an idea of how the game is. I'm by no means a professional. I'm not a games journalist. But, I am your average gamer and have a perspective opinion on games. Thanks for the hydrate and the posture check. Next. Hydration achieved. Like, Space Marine 2. I will not recommend Space Marine 2 to anyone unless they're a diehard Warhammer 40k fan. If you're a Warhammer 40k fan and you're really hungering to be in a universe where everything is, from the perspective of Space Marines and just mowing down waves of enemies, and you just want that experience, I say go for it at full price. It's worth your while, at least, because you'll be a fan of that. But I would not necessarily suggest it to anyone who is not a fan of 40k. Although on sale, if they're looking for something to do with their friends who they know enjoy 40k, or they're curious about 40k and not quite sure if they want to get into it, I'd say, if it's on a good sale, pick up Space Marine 2, give it a go. Yeah, that's another reason the Switch 2 is like meh. I'm not going to recommend the Switch 2 to anyone as myself, right? Like, I'm not even gonna bother trying to pick up the games or hold on. Alright, that's better. Where was I? But no, yeah. I figure myself more of a I will show stuff off on stream, give my opinion. It is up to you if whether or not you want to toss that money down. But I don't want to be accountable for anyone, buying a game because I played it. So I try to always be truthful about any game I play. If Cyberpunk launched as is now, I would say it's worth it, but it took a few bloody years. Yeah, no, I absolutely adored Cyberpunk 2077. I did play it on launch, and I did enjoy it on launch. I was in a fortunate position where I didn't actually have that many bugs in my game. My game actually was relatively bug-free. I mean, there's still plenty of small bugs, but nothing game-breaking, nothing loop-breaking, like some visual things here and there, some small little stupid things here and there that never actually broke the game for me. And I was telling people, you know, it's going to be a game that's worth playing someday. And that's in my opinion for a fair few games. And most of those games that I say that are going to be worth playing in the future when it goes on sale, you know, pick it up and it has more time to grow. Most of those games I feel like I have suggested are, you know, doing okay. They're still worth playing through. But yeah, like, I mean, I don't have a problem paying for Battlefield at full price if I got to. I'm not going to tell anyone to do that. I'm going to say maybe wait until you see other people play it, until they have a formed opinion, and you know, you've watched it, you know about it, and you know, and willing to determine if you're willing to throw down that money. I do know that EA technically has its own monthly service that you can get, and it'll probably let you play Battlefield 6. I know they have that integrated with Steam even. I think they have it integrated with Steam too, that you can get their monthly service. And honestly, as much of a kind of scam as monthly services are to keep adding more and more monthly services on, sometimes a monthly service is an okay price to pay instead of buying a big full price game. Like, no way am I buying that $100 Star Wars Outlaw launch craziness, you know, that came out. If I didn't know I was gonna like it, I just wanted to show it off. I bought the monthly membership. Yeah, that's what, $17 at most, if you include taxes and whatever, out the door. But technically, some of it's a write-off. Specifically for me in my case, because I, you know, play this stuff on stream and review it and talk about it and such. So, enjoy your smoothie, Darva. Love a good sale. Got Vermintide 2 for $8-ish. Exactly. You think Cyberpunk was the last full price game you bought and was fairly bug free? You do remember the overall consensus that time was amazing story, just wait till it gets fixed. Yeah. Like, dude, if you were one of the rare people like me or Eisen who picked up Cyberpunk 2077 when it first came out, and you didn't have that many bugs to deal with, you're having the time of your life, honestly. If your system specs were just right and, you know, everything was just right for you, Cyberpunk 2077 on launch was a great time still. But I, as someone who likes to be informed on purchases and stuff like that, did watch other people, did hear reviews, did look into bugs and all that other stuff. And I did tell people, when I was playing Cyberpunk 2077, I did tell people that there are problems. You might run into more problems than me. I'm having a great time. You could have a great time, but I don't know. And, you know, we just need more responsible people to, you know, inform on games. Although I never necessarily strike myself as the most responsible person out there anyways, but eh. I have a decent time with games. I mean, you know, one thing I can never fathom is one game genre I will never touch is gacha. That is one game genre that I have refused to and have thus far successfully avoided playing. Well, maybe there is something small that I'm not thinking of necessarily, but as far as, you know, gachas go, I avoid them so hard. Because, I mean, gacha is one game genre that is so crazy monetarily that is one thing that I think deserves to die. I I'm not justifying a $70 price for games. I'm not going to justify a $75 price for games. I won't. But I am going to say that I would rather pay $70 and just constantly have updates and, you know, get the character I immediately want, the characters, and be able to unlock the characters, you know, in a somewhat casual capacity, and choose to work towards exactly who I want without having to treat it like a day job. And you know, I prefer the $70 over the here, throw money. I might pull that character I want. Just the thought of having to pull stuff is mind-breaking to me. It is, and I know myself. I know myself enough to say that if I were to actually play and get really invested in a gacha, and there is something I really wanted and I failed to get it after working, you know, hours to get that free roll or whatever, I might cave and toss money, and you know, I just want things I want. I want things I want, and I'm not gonna put myself in that situation. So ergo, I don't touch gacha. But I am glad that, you know, some people, you know, at least get joy out of it. You know, in this life where there are, you know, plenty of things going on in the world, if you at the end of the day have money and you can responsibly spend it, and you do some gacha, sure, whatever, you know, good on you. You do you. I'm not gonna, you know, fault people for being into gacha, but I do wish people wouldn't be. Because if people wouldn't or weren't into gacha, then we wouldn't really have to worry about gacha, right? Just like, you know, how Demori was talking about, like, just if people wouldn't buy $70 games, companies wouldn't sell them for $70, right? But you always have the people shelling out the $70, the $100 editions, you know. You know, have waifus, but wouldn't you rather have to get them with, not have to get them with random loot boxes? You know, one of the craziest things about Blizzard and Overwatch, like Blizzard's Overwatch 2 system for unlocking new heroes was, or not heroes, new skins, was so egregiously annoying that people practically begged for the loot boxes back. Like, that's how stupid game companies can get with these things. Like, how abysmal and dumb does your system have to be that you went from having loot boxes to a system where people could, you know, earn things more directly, but people hated it so much that they rather have loot boxes. Mind-blowing. I enjoyed playing a bit of Overwatch. When Overwatch came out, I did play some Overwatch here and there, the original Overwatch. But I was in no way going to support Overwatch 2, especially, you know, the broken promise of the PvE standalone Overwatch 2 content is one of the most big betrayals from Blizzard. Like, Blizzard has fallen down a hole so bad. Azirlane spend literally zero money for polls and still got all your event characters. Completely dropped Overwatch because of that. A lot of people did. And I just, you know, don't know if we'll ever get back to Overwatch being a big thing. I just don't know where Overwatch stands. I don't know if Overwatch is gonna die out or whatnot. I could very much see it dying out. Like, I mean, I'm pretty sure Overwatch 2 is in decline. Like, I don't know how people keep playing that. I just egregiously hate that I hate when people tell you, you can get all your characters free to play. You don't have to pay any money. You can get your characters. This game's great. You can just play it and get your characters. You'll get everything you want to get. But those are the same people who play the game like they're playing an MMO. They're playing a gacha like I would play World of Warcraft back in the day on that stupid grind. That stupid World of Warcraft grind I went through in my life. Like, I don't have the time or energy. I don't want to be told I have to log on every day to, complete X arbitrary objective just to say I have a chance to roll a character and then, not get that character, but technically be able to get that character because I have more time to put more days in to get more of those things and more of those rerolls. And eventually you hit that cap of you're guaranteed your character. No, don't make it so I have to work to guarantee the character from rolls. Just give me a guaranteed unlock. Don't make me have to log in every day. Let me make progress at my own rate. Don't put it behind a timed theme banner where I can only get X character in X period of time. Oh my god, dude. These small streamers drop gacha games 500 per day for a week and they never ever play the game again. Moving to the next gacha. $30 for an indie game in Steam is too expensive. See, there are people who do that, yeah. So funny to you that how Overwatch 2 is right now. Because you've actually played it for a while recently, even though you loathe Blizzard. The only money you spent on it is for the skins. Overwatch 2 is in its liminal space right now. Overwatch will not die out, but it's like that one half-empty mall. Yeah. Half-empty mall is a great analogy for Overwatch. You know who I adore? I adore sometimes just watching Cherry Moo. I'm sure there's a decent amount of you, at least a few of you here who know Cherry Moo. Cherry Moo is one of those individuals who can push and say that, they'll push and say that, you can play free to play. You can do nothing but free to play and get all your waifus but they're sitting there the entire stream, 8 hours of streaming. Gotcha, right? Like, and that's their thing. That's what they spend their time on. But if you spend your time on anything else, right, you're not a streamer who's, thing is to play said gacha, then you're in a much more precarious situation to, actually get anything fully out of it. From my understanding, Umurasame is okay. I'm not gonna pick up Umurasame because I just routinely reject the idea of gacha. But from what I understand is its free-to-play model is pretty decent. Also, hello Selexia, I hope you're doing well today. People who stuck to Overwatch 2 and Marvel Rivals and buying all the battle passes, all the skins, also hundreds of thousands of money per month. There is a lot of money you can throw into Overwatch 2 and Marvel Rivals. It is crazy. But to be fair, there are plenty of streamers out there who are big enough that do, make it all back and make it worthwhile. Like, it is the content, it is the grind, it is part of their brand to show all that stuff off and, be involved in it. But not every streamer is like that. There's plenty of small streamers who probably spend too much money on that kind of stuff and don't get enough out of it. Even now, top sellers, Marvel Rivals is right there undergrounded, dude. I guess it's actually technically under Ready or Not, but I own Ready or Not, so I didn't see that. Brave causing chaos, so you must wake up. Only 500 players occupying 7 ranked brackets. 500 players occupying 7 ranked brackets. It's actually insane how small that is. For something that's supposed to be as big as Overwatch. Blizzard fucked up. All you can say at the end of the day is Blizzard fucked up with Overwatch 2. They would have been better off just continuing content for the original Overwatch. But what can you say? I can't say anything about it. I don't touch it or play it. I don't know about it. I've watched content on it. I've seen people and talked to people who do play it. I don't understand it, but I, have an aspect of understanding. If you look like at any other competitive game ever, most of them have like a small percent of the highest rank in the top 500 or top 100. Yeah, I don't doubt it. Sounds about right. Checks out. Makes sense. Confused. I don't remember is Overwatch 2 is still skill based. Like you can still go down brackets in Overwatch 2, right? Because I know there's some games now that are doing those brackets where you'll never go down necessarily, but you'll still get like stuck in a range. Like there are some games that just straight up make it so you'll always stay in whatever bracket you get up to at least. One sec. Time. You know what I really want? I really wanted Heroes of the Storm to work. I miss Heroes of the Storm. I liked Heroes of the Storm. I preferred it over Dota and League of Legends. But good luck getting a game and feeling rewarded. Always hours, nothing about skill, going after your meta heroes, amount of hours. I mean, you can say that. Heroes of the Storm was fun, yes. I am so sad it was dead. Good luck getting into a game in HOTS. Yeah, I tried a few times in the past year. Like last year, I was trying to get into games here and there. It was impossible on my schedule. Yeah, the servers are still up for HOTS. You can technically still play HOTS. I don't know. The whole time equates to always hours. It depends on how, it depends on the person at the end of the day. Like technically, if the person has their drive, it is hours, yes. But depending on how dead a game is, depending on how competitive the bracket is, depending on how much time they have in general, right? Like if you don't have the time for the hours, or you're just not that skilled. There are some people who are just never going to be skilled enough, even on them. Depending on the game, it's also again depending on meta heroes. Sometimes there's meta heroes in certain games that you won't ever make that level. I mean, I believe as average, an average person, yeah, an amount of hours, sure. But there are people who are below average. I do believe, to say you're average means there are people who are below average. Say your averages. There are people who are above and there are people who are below. There are plenty of people who are above you, right? You like as an average player, you can say there are plenty of people who are into that esports gaming bracket, but there are even more people who are under that, right? It's a very skewed curve, because the really high gamers aren't that many, but they're really high, right? But to be average in that, means there's a whole lot of fluff going down the pyramid. Playing 6 hours on a hero daily is already above and beyond average, I think. If you're playing 6 hours daily on the same hero, I do believe you're above average already. You're already above average playing 6 hours a day on a hero. You've made your smoothie? What kind of smoothie do you have, Darva? Like, if you watch meta content, you're already above average. If you watch videos about which heroes are best, if you watch videos of competitive people and, take notes about, not like literal notes, but looking into the meta through other people and, mentally take note, or even physically sometimes, I do believe you're already above average. Just doing any of that, you are above average. There are tons of gamers out there playing Valorant, playing Overwatch, playing even CSGO, who will throw up a stream on the side and, watch these pro gamers, but they aren't necessarily actually learning from it. There are people who will watch a streamer and, learn nothing from it. There's plenty of people like that. Sacrificing your soul to Dune. As long as you're having fun, Renetta. I'm not cute. You're cute. Hello, Manco Spy. What's up? There's a mango apple, pineapple, and strawberry smoothie. I'm not cute. You must be looking in a mirror, Renetta. You must be looking in a mirror. But no, it's how you get from average to above average. Stupid grinding, no skill. I mean, there's always some base level of skill. There's always an average amount of skill. I'm not saying you have to have a lot of skill. To be honest, you don't have to have a lot of skill. This is true. Like, but skill is still a factor. At the end of the day, it may not be a lot of skill, but at the end of the day, some level of skill is necessary. There are people who can play FPS shooters at a top professional level who have the biggest brain matter for CSGO, Valorant, Overwatch, those kind of things, who can't do jack shit in the RTS like StarCraft. Right? Their skill, as skilled as they are, does not transfer over. There's a different level of skill. I mean, I've seen people who are really good at one game try a different game and just be, really bad at it. No matter how many hours they put into the game. There are people who put in just as much time as someone might into Valorant into like StarCraft and still not turned out like to get very high compared to anyone else. StarCraft players are on such a level, right? Like, levels of skill are dictated by the games themselves. Or not levels of skill, but like what skill is available to be made use of. Who all is capable of being invested in said thing. The game with easier mechanics, lower skill ceiling, is of course just going to be all about hours. No questions asked. It is all hours. If it is a low skill or ceiling game, does not require quick time or action as long as you know the meta. If you know the meta, if it's a game that has a meta, if it's a game that has typically very strong characters in it or very strong weapons in it already from the get-go, you are already partaking in an environment where it is a lower skill ceiling, but it has a high skill ceiling cap it has a high skill cap, but a low skill ceiling, right? That someone could put a lot of hours into. Now, if you go into a very tentative gaming scenario where everything is better balanced, no game is perfectly balanced, but everything is better balanced, where mechanics are much more needed and required to do the best, you're already needing more skill in that game just to stay at average or competitive. I feel like I do think skill matters. It is, of course, again, you're right. 6 hours a day in any game will make you a lot better than the average person, but you're not the average person at 6 hours a day. I'm sorry. 6 hours a day is not average. That is more gaming than majority of people who will grind in a single game. A lot of people might play games 6 hours every day, but not necessarily play the same game for 6 hours, play the same champion to get better at that champion, or keep up with the meta to know that champion. At that point, we're all just arguing about the definition of getting good at something. Yeah, I mean, it's all very kind of inconclusive. I mean, I'm not an expert on the subject, but I mean, I've been around for a decent amount of time. I've played, various genres of game. I've seen my own skill ceilings and my own, what I'm capable of in this game and that game. I put hundreds of hours into StarCraft and never ended up good. I've looked up the metas at StarCraft. I've watched people play StarCraft on competitive levels. I've, given it my honest fair go, and I never ended up very good at StarCraft. I just couldn't. I couldn't keep up with the pace. It wasn't in me. And I was below average as far as I could, tell. Gold was the highest I could get, which is not saying very much in StarCraft. And that's after, putting in hours of work, every day, right? In World of Warcraft and Arena, I grinded out, I didn't even have to look into guides. In World of Warcraft, most of the time I spent time in Arena, talking with friends, sometimes theory crafting, switching up my build depending on what the situation is. I put in the hours and I could always get to 2200 whenever I wanted to. I played every single healer in World of Warcraft to 2200 except for a shaman, but that's just because I didn't like shaman. So I know I am capable of putting in the grind and getting certain statistical milestones available if I really wanted to. I have gone for Gladiator and gotten Gladiator once. I did not like the grind. I know I was capable of the grind, but I never put in the grind for Gladiator. 2200 is where I stopped it because that's where the cosmetics ended for the elite variants of the PvP armor sets. And I like cosmetics, so, that's what I push myself to every time. And it was easy enough. I was better than your average person in World of Warcraft PvP. When it comes to FPS, I am absolutely horrid. I do not have the motivation. I was actually decent at Rainbow Six Siege. I was putting hours on end into Rainbow Six Siege. I could go further if I wanted to. I just didn't want to. I didn't have the motivation. So, What would be harder, quitting WoW or League after 10 plus years and a lot of money investments? Well, I can tell you I've done both, so World of Warcraft. It's a lot easier to throw down League of Legends than it was World of Warcraft. The difference between League of Legends and World of Warcraft in this aspect specifically is social. World of Warcraft is a social MMO where you grew up, forming a whole bunch of bonds, being in guilds. The whole experience was driven to be in, these big groups of raids and players. The PvP community is small and tight-knit, right? You knew all the other players. Everybody in the World of Warcraft community, when you were in the World of Warcraft community, really knew all the players for it. It was big. It was it had a lot more, social ingrained life elements. It had the RPG elements in it. In World of Warcraft, when you're not doing arena, when you're not raiding, what are you doing? You're just living in the world. You're spending time going from place to place. You're paying your sub every month so you feel like you have to play. right? You know, you have to get your subs worth, you know, you're going for that rating. You're talking to other players, you're running around, you're getting your mounts, you're collecting things. You have all this personal attachment to every little compartmentalized aspect of the game. You may not be paying for every little cosmetic when you go into a raid and unlock a set of armor, but that isn't a story you tell. That is something you unlocked every time, right? Versus League of Legends, you're sitting in the lobby talking. Maybe you're talking to friends, maybe you're queuing up with this friend, that friend casually. You're just jumping in and out, but it's always a jump in and out of the experience, right? You're not just sitting in Summoner's Rift when you're waiting for the next game. You're not just jumping. You're not running through Stormwind, jumping with your mouse. You know, doing silly things in between raids and all this other stuff. You're not AFK watching YouTube video while, you know, being in World of Warcraft, going on a run or on a flight path. The ingrained experience of World of Warcraft, living in that world for, you know, if you were living it for the 10 plus years, is a lot harder to pull out of than League of Legends, in my honest opinion. I played League of Legends I was playing League of Legends ever since the first season came out, right? Like I initially bought the pack with, you know, like Annie to have all the champion skins from the beginning of the game. So, you know, like the Goth Annie and all the big pack they initially had for League of Legends to, you know, get those early skins, right? When that first came out. Like I was, you know, I was still in like, I don't know, middle school or something. And I was putting money into League of Legends while I was also, you know, playing World of Warcraft. And I loved getting the new skin whenever it came out. But I could always jump off League of Legends. I could always, you know, just hop on and off. And then I, you know, just realized I had all these skins sitting around on characters that I never used. I had all this stuff sitting around that I was never talking to anyone about. I hopped in a game with a whole bunch of randoms because, you know, slowly my friends drifted apart and, you know, we weren't playing together. And they didn't really have stories behind the skins. It's just something I paid for. I wanted that skin, I bought it. I wanted that thing, that character, I unlocked it. So, you know, it doesn't have as much of a story tied to it to keep you there. Sorry, but yeah, I used to really enjoy playing League of Legends. League of Legends is actually where I met one of my longest time friends. Some of you may have seen X Camo around in chat. Sometimes he'll drop in, say something random, or, you know, renew his sub. X Camo is someone I met in middle school playing League of Legends, and we moved over to World of Warcraft together at one point. And I've played a lot of World of Warcraft like Camo, and I can tell you that World of Warcraft time with him means way more than League of Legends time, even though we met on League of Legends, even though we played tons of League of Legends. Misses the Halo 3 days. Yeah. Yeah, you have a lived experience with World of Warcraft, which makes it harder for more people to get away from. I can tell you, I have gone back to every single World of Warcraft expansion up to this most recent one. I was playing it, but I didn't really have my friends or experience, and it was the same old, same old. For the first time in a long time, I think there is a chance that I might not even pick up the next World of Warcraft expansion, which is a new thing for me. Fact that I might not even pick up the next expansion for World of Warcraft. The thought that it's in my head says enough that I've finally weaned myself off the process, because I have played so much World of Warcraft. I had so much connection to it. It does not compare to League of Legends, in my opinion. As someone who also put over $600 in League of Legends in middle school. I can tell you at that time, even though World of Warcraft had a subscription, at the same time that I was playing World of Warcraft and League of Legends, I technically had put more money in League of Legends than I had put into World of Warcraft. Of course, by now, continuing to have played and stopped paying for as many skins in League of Legends and playing World of Warcraft for as long as I have technically paid more money toward Blizzard than I have Riot at this point, yes. But at the time, I can tell you I have the experience of spending more money on League of Legends than World of Warcraft. The previous topic, you don't enjoy the gacha systems, but you understand the consistently profitable and you have a self-restraint to not spend on those games yourself. I would not have a problem if there was a gacha-ish type game without Okay, so this is the difference between League of Legends and like all the gacha games, right? League of Legends launches a new champion that might be competitive or good, but at least you can sit there and say, okay, it costs as much as any other champion that's come out. Well, of course, over time, champions technically have gotten more expensive, but that's beside the point. What I'm saying is League of Legends, new champion comes out, okay, buy it. My champion now. You don't have to sit there, this new character dropped. They're so cool. They have a story behind them. Well, the characters in League of Legends are all getting stories. You've seen the animatics and, Arcane. You don't have to roll for Caitlyn. You don't have to roll for Caitlyn's skin, right? Like, technically there is a roll system for cosmetics, but like, to get the character in League of Legends, you just buy the character. You've been playing the game previously. You have, the currency saved up to buy a new character when it comes out. You don't have to worry about grinding a specific thing when a new character comes out. You don't have to worry about missing that character because it's only a limited time. So, if Blue Protocol, if Umamusume, if, Honkai Impact, and all these other games that have, stirred the cultural zeitgeist of gacha, just add it so a new character come out, you could put a price on that character just like a League of Legends character. Sure, I probably would have been playing some of these games. I probably would have tried Genshin Impact. I never particularly cared about Breath of the Wild, but I would have tried Genshin Impact if, cool character came out and it's like, okay, it's time to buy the new character if I like the character. I don't care about the character. I watch the videos, see what the character can do. Not my thing, sure, move on, I'm not gonna buy the character. It's profitable enough for League of Legends. League of Legends makes so much money. I mean, it's possible. The extra level where gacha gets just too greedy for me. Because gacha is just a little too greedy. It's that random chance. Yes, you can earn it, but you can... There's plenty of games where you can earn a character, just get the character. Gacha annoys me so bad. Also, the other issue, these gacha games aren't anywhere near deep or fun enough to play for hundreds, let alone thousands of hours. Yeah, because you're spending those hundreds of thousands of hours if you're not paying for the character just to get the character. Personal favorite gacha is Withering Waves because, well, yes, it's a gacha. It's like you move all the banners and shit. You get insanely cinematic and thrilling boss fights and sharp combat mechanics, memorizing world explosions and little puzzles and everything. Comparing League to offline single-player games with gacha for characters. I mean, the games aren't the same. This is true. This is truth. But the payment model doesn't matter. Like, there's no reason you can't just take the League payment model to gacha games. You make it a set price. It transfers over. The games are completely different, yes, but the payment model doesn't matter. It's just there. With time or money, you never got you. I mean, this is true, right? But the rolling aspect is not needed. You just take out the roll aspect. Because if you can technically guarantee get your character in a gacha game anyways, the whole role aspect is just annoying. It's an extra step. I don't want to treat a game like a job like a gacha does it. The gacha dailies are not egregious as something like League of Legends, right? Like League of Legends, you pop out playing some games if you want, right? Technically, they have some dailies. You can do some dailies in League of Legends. You have your dailies to make technically your progress to a new champion a little better. But all the stuff stacked on top of that process is just too much. Right? League of Legends is free. You buy the hero when it comes out. You can you say that that process would not work for something like Withering Waves? Withering Waves, new cool character, they do the promo for the character. I just paid this amount of money. Right? The MOBA games you played, Battle Pass Daily was way more aggressive than in Gacha. I mean, okay, so to be fair, I'm not going to defend League of Legends and say it's glorious, but I prefer League of Legends over Gacha. I mean, I get why it's so profitable, but I mean, so is League of Legends. I mean, the Gacha money is technically worth more, but I'm not saying that's fine. I'm saying it's still plausible. It doesn't need to be more profitable. It wants to be more profitable. There are indie devs who do the same things that some of these gacha games do. Not to the same scale, but that's a difference of money. But not such a difference of money that it needs to be a gacha game, is what I'm saying. League of Legends does some amazing freaking things. You've seen them pull off KDA every, esports event and all these other events they run. They run more events, bigger events, more expensive things than gacha games do. Like, the workload to upkeep a gacha game like WoWa is so much bigger than League. You don't need to upkeep a game like WoWa. There's no reason to. Just slow the pace down. For a consumer aspect, you don't need to live in Withering Waves. You don't need to live in any of these gacha. You want to play a game because you want to play a game. You don't want to depend on the necessary need of the payment model to keep the game in that constant cycle. Because what happens if you just want to step away, right? Let's let people step away. The most consumer-friendly thing is, there are more consumer-friendly things, yes, but I think League of Legends could work. Their payment model could work for these gacha type of games. They just would be slower, sure. They might not throw as many events, sure. But we don't need these stupid, crazy events. I don't need these stupid, crazy events. I'm determinedly, stick to my own house, never go out to these event things. Like, all this money that goes towards, us showing up at the next Gamescom or showing up at, this one place or promoting, like, stupid, crazy things out in the middle of whatever, these little marketing stunts. I don't need those. I sit at my computer and play a game. So, From your perspective, Gacha Daily for 1 to 2 hours of gameplay daily and every 3-month update with some more gameplay is better than being stuck with League for 10 plus hours a day. Okay, sure, yeah. I don't mind if, you only had to do 1 to 2 hours of gameplay a day. But most gachas are more than 1 to 2 hours of gameplay a day if you're playing free to play. And some of them, I don't know. The difference between that and League, though, is League's experience is the game itself. It's, again, this goes back to the whole difference between World of Warcraft and League of Legends. World of Warcraft is an in-world experience. League of Legends, you just hop in whenever you want to do it. Like, there's time where you'll be in a gacha world, just, admiring the things you've done, or going to go do things you want to do just because you want to do them. You play League of Legends because you want to play League of Legends. There is, yes, okay, so there has been times where League of Legends is egregious with its FOMO, because they have events. But generally, you just buy the thing as it comes out and you don't have to worry about it. I mean, if you're playing League of Legends at a serious level, yeah, but people are capable of playing League of Legends casually. You know how many people play ARAM? You can make your way through doing dailies just playing ARAM. Less than 20 minutes, you know, usually. Random champion, you're just going at it. There's tons of people who just play ARAM in League of Legends and nothing else. There's people who just play bots in League of Legends, and you can technically do a fair amount of the quests and stuff like that against bots. You don't have to go through the grind phase. You don't have to play ranked. You can play casually. You can ignore the other people. I meant to hit snooze, not run ad. Oops. What happens if I hit snooze and run ad? Well, I meant to hit snooze, hit run ad. Apologies. But on that note, I was gonna hit snooze because it is time for me to get going. As much as I would love to be here with you guys longer, it is about that time that I get going. Been a bit of a long discussion, but you know, I was so glad to chill out and vibe with you guys. Always am. Always appreciate chilling with you guys. You guys are amazing. I'm gonna be finding someone to raid here. I think it's been a bit since I've raided Kuro. Sure, I'll just raid some Kuro. Why not? Whatever, I don't want to think about it too long. I always end up overthinking this, so... Alright. Should probably technically do this before after the raid is over, or the ads are over, because I can't believe I accidentally could stupid run out of it. Can have a relaxing game without gacha mechanics. It's 100% possible. Yeah. Personally, excuse it. Survives finance of generally breathtaking gameplay for free. I mean, sure. I mean, everyone's into different things, right? So, some people will validate and have a more valid experience with something than others. And I mean, it obviously says a lot that a lot of people are fine with the gacha. That it is a continual market. But what can you do? On that note though, guys, well, I'm gonna wait till the ad break actually ends before I actually raid. But on that note, guys, for anyone who's new, I do have a Discord. If you want to join my Discord, cool. If not, cool. I know you can be in tons of Discords. It can be a hassle. I only add everyone when I'm going live, or if I'm like canceling a stream or have something super important. Otherwise, I usually try not to add anyone. I do have a secondary role for more trivial information as it comes up. Maybe you want that, maybe you don't. Sure. For anyone who's new, in my about section, I do have an auto conversion for when my streams are next. So if you just want to know when I'm streaming next, it should be down there. With that, it's nothing really else. I hope you have a good day, night, sleep, rest, work, whatever time it may be. But I know I wish you nothing but good things. Take care of yourselves. I'm sure you'll enjoy hanging out with Kuro if you're gonna join the raid. And we'll catch you later, guys. Bye-bye for now. Bye-bye for now. Bye.